Come and have a look.
Okay, I'm delighted to welcome you all to this international interdisciplinary symposium, The Matter of Silver, Substance, Surface, Shimmer, Trauma. I'd like to start by offering much thanks to the British Academy for its generous sponsorship of both the conference and of the publication that will follow. Special thanks go to Sonia Severino, Marisa Smith, and Ken Emond at the British Academy. Grateful thanks also to Simon Malone for his technical assistance and patience, and to Marjorie Coughlin of the Department of History of Art at the University of York, who has stoically shouldered the administration with efficiency and great good humour. When I made the application to the British Academy a couple of years ago, I envisaged this conference as a small specialist workshop to be held in person over 2 intensive days in the Goldsmiths Hall in London. And I thank Tim Schroeder for his good offices in that regard. But COVID put paid to those plans, and I've had to make a series of fundamental changes. First of all, to go online. And what works in the flesh becomes torment online. So in switching to a virtual version, I had to make the extremely painful decision to leave out a lot of wonderful papers, though I hope they'll be available in the publication. I'm therefore particularly grateful to those scholars, and there are amongst them some dear colleagues and outstanding experts on silver and mining who were due to speak originally, but who have most graciously agreed to chair a session or follow as member of audience. I'm particularly grateful to all of you. The silver lining, so to speak, of being online means that many more people can take part in the audience. And I'm delighted to welcome you all. Particularly special thanks go to all our speakers, drawn from a wide range of diverse backgrounds and specialisms. Some of you in the United States will be speaking in your small hours. Thank you to you all for your enthusiasm and collaboration. We're all enormously looking forward to all your papers. One of the challenges with online conferences is to nurture dialogue, open-mindedness, and genuine exchange. And I'd like to ask you all to do all that you can to assist in all of that. There's no point, after all, in coming together if we simply cling on to long-held views. So this is a chance to be as open as possible, and I exhort you not to be timid about posing questions or making comments. I'd like to say a few words now about the intellectual underpinning and aims of the conference, and I'm going to share my screen. So I hope you can all see that. Silver objects are dangerous, kept neatly quarantined in museums, ranged by size and shape, by place of manufacture, tightly pinned down like dead butterflies, suffocated behind glass, extinct and extinguished. What is the fear that something might seep out, contaminate the polite galleries where they are encased? In early modern Europe, silver meant objects to be appreciated, a measure of the wealth and taste of their possessors, a sign of their refinement. Silver was associated with purity and refinement of all kinds. The silver sword and the silver-tipped cane designated political status. Silver thread in a gown accelerated erotic attraction in aristocratic gatherings. Silver cups for chocolate shimmered with social sophistication. Silver altars Missiles, pyx, chalice, and plate brought heaven to earth. It was silver that conveyed the divine to humanity in the mass. And silver reliquaries transformed mere bones into miracle-working relics. Politically, socially, spiritually, silver bestowed and shone with polish, purity, and refinement. Its sheen promised elevation and was guarantor of success. Silver's capacity to be melted down, transformed, and traded means that very little survives of the innumerable silver objects manufactured in early modern Europe. Changes in fashion, requisitioning for war, the seizures under Napoleon filled the vats with marvelous objects to be melted down. Silver was always on its way to becoming something else. It was the supreme element of transformation. Yet silver was the coin of betrayal, and silver marked the most ruthless plunder of European colonialism, the degradation of native workers, and ecological ruination. How can silver be thought as more than means or measure of empire and more than mere object of luxury? How might these two stories, these two sides to the same coin, as it were, be brought together? What happens when we think of them in relation? That is, how and why did silver, extracted by force from the earth in the Andes, become par excellence the marker of social, political, and spiritual refinement in Europe? The issue is close to the smartphone today. We all know that indium oxide is mined in some of the world's poorest countries by some of the world's poorest people, leaving behind a trail of devastation, poverty, and ecological ruination. And yet we buy smartphones. More than that, we stroke them, caress them. Our relationship with them is intimate, fetishistic, complex, contradictory, perhaps akin to that of early modern silver. Silver is a strange and paradoxical material, fraught, malleable, and agile. Mined in Spanish America by Metallo labor, it fed Spain's imperial war machine, fired the engine of capitalism with coins, currency, and the chance of profit. It was the very material of exchange. It redefined commodity frontiers in summoning vast quantities of grain from Ukraine, timber of the Baltic, and fueled global trade from Peru to China. American gold and silver funded the slave trade, and as it flooded into Spain, it pushed Spain's northern European competitors to become Atlantic powers, and even paved the way for the Industrial Revolution. Silver, even more than gold, transformed the early modern world. In the Andes and Mexico, the plunder of European colonialism, genocidal degradation of native workers, and ecological ruination, brutal conquest, remorseless exploitation on one hand, social, political, religious purification on the other, was one somehow necessary for the other, threaded through the dark machinations of European power. That is, in what ways, if at all, might silver's lustrous surfaces be seen as tarnished by the violences it demanded, made possible, concealed, betrayed, and outshone? Saturn could not digest gold and silver, but vomited them up, purified, the noblest of his children, pure but intolerable, disgorged from the earth's dark entrails. Silver's luster belied its murky origins. Embedded in power relations, coloniality, and matters of refinement, early modern silver was a generative, slippery site. While scholars have engaged energetically with the politics of colonialism in Andean silver production, they have all but ignored the politics of Spanish colonialism in Europe, especially in the Italian peninsula, particularly Naples, whose way was paved in silver. The concentration of silver in Naples was not coincidental. springboard and showcase for Spanish rule in Europe, it was its glittering epicenter, seat of the principal viceregency, a turning point in silver's artful trail, where silver, as product of Spain's New World Empire, sign of divine approbation, and the monarchy's all-encompassing powers coalesced in a dazzling dominion, greedily gazing further afield across Europe. More than 350 workshops were based in the Smiths Quarter of Naples, in each of which worked family groups of several artisans. They produced vast quantities of silverware for churches, convents, monasteries, aristocrats, rich merchants in Naples, its kingdom, and beyond. And it was silver that flowed in processions, binding churches, chapels, monastic institutions to Spanish rule. Many of these magnificent silverworks were bound for the Spanish court, the viceregency and its entourage in Naples and Madrid. Here, America was commissioned for King Charles II by the Viceroy of Naples, completed in 1695, a celebration of world power in the material that enabled it. Scholars have been alert to silver's economic role in Spanish rule and the development of merchant capital, but they've been slower to recognize its cultural role as an intrinsic part of imperialism, especially within Europe. Something strange takes place in the discursive production of silver as it traverses the Atlantic, from raw material recognized as enmeshed in exploitation and colonialism to refined, elegant object produced as if by magic, often by anonymous silversmiths. In short, silver changes epistemologically. This prompts the question, in what ways might conventional interpretations of silver in Europe have to be overturned for those other stories to emerge and their politics to be exposed? Are the conventional taxonomies even perhaps strategies to avoid engagement with material trauma and its effects? Over the course of the next 3 afternoons, scholars of silver and mining, museum curators, anthropologists, art historians, artists, and scholars of language and literature will be considering these and other related issues. We'll be thinking of silver as more than passive, inert material, as possibility, potentiality, formed by indigenous ingenuity as well as by European artifice and greed. And we'll be seeking to bring together elements that have been held apart for too long. And it's now my great pleasure to introduce our first speaker, Professor Alison Bigelow of the University of Virginia. Professor Bigelow's book, Mining, Language, Racial Thinking, Indigenous Knowledge, and Colonial Metallurgy in the Early Modern Iberian World, was published by the Mohandro Institute of Early American History and Culture and the University of North Carolina Press in 2020. It's one of those boundary-breaking books that transform a field. She does there what many thought was impossible, namely by scrutinizing technical and scientific vocabularies that miners developed in the 16th and 17th centuries in the Americas. She pieces together, through a sort of dazzling linguistic scholarship, the intellectual contributions made by indigenous and African miners to the very engine of European colonialism. Her work shows how indigenous and African metallurgists aided and resisted imperial mining, shaped technical and artisanal knowledge and practices, and offered imaginative visions of metalworking. So over to you, Alison, when you're ready.
Hi, everyone. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, depending on where you are in the world. Thank you so much for the opportunity to present today. Thanks to Helen Hills, Marjorie Coughlin, Simon Malone, the Department of the History of Art at the University of York, and the British Academy for organizing this event. I begin by acknowledging that I speak to you from my house in Charlottesville, Virginia, where the Monacan Nation and its wisdom-keeping elders are the traditional custodians of the land, a land they tend alongside Saponi, Tupelo, and Siouan-speaking peoples throughout the region. And I recognize the contributions of Indigenous women and men, present and past, to the kinds of scholarly conversations that we're enjoying today. And to make these land acknowledgements mean something, I follow the model of Professor Kutcha Russing-Baldley by including here links to support the Monacan Nation or to contribute time if you don't have funds to spare right now. In the colonial period, between 1500 and 1820, 3 out of every 4 people who crossed the Atlantic Ocean and 4 out of every 5 female passengers were enslaved Africans. When they arrived in the Americas, they lived in places where Indigenous people formed the majority of the population. These are the biopolitical facts that we have known for years, thanks to the work of historians like Jim Sweet, David Eltis, and the collaborative team at the Transatlantic Slave Trade Database. But historians of colonial science and technology have not always used these realities to inform our work, in part, I suspect, because our archives tend to silence subaltern ways of knowing. So today I'm going to present 2 cases that turn those colonial archives into sources that document Indigenous knowledge production in one of the largest and most lucrative colonial scientific industries, mining and metallurgy. I'll do this using linguistic, material cultural, and literary methods that take archival silences as their starting point, as developed by scholars like Daniela Bleichmar, Joanne Rappaport, Tom Cummins, who's here today, Walter Mignolo, and Marisa Fuentes. And I'll use the kinds of expansive definitions of science and technology that historians Sherwin Bryant and Marcy Norton have proposed. Bryant, writing about the gold industry of colonial Colombia and Ecuador, argues that technologies were not limited to gold mining and refining. Rather, slavery itself was, he writes, one of the chief European technologies used to exercise dominion over the Indies. Viewing the institution of slavery and its daily practices as a European technology allows scholars to consider the entangled operations of mining, knowledge production, and coerced labor in a new light, a light that historian Marcy Norton argues for as process and product, or a set of practices designed to transform matter, as well as the transformed matter itself, throwing into sharp relief the Indigenous and African miners whose humanity was denied, even as colonial forces appropriated and adapted their scientific, technical, and medical ideas. So today, as part of this conference's broader reflection on the paradoxes, tensions, and contradictions embedded in emblems of imperial wealth, extractions, cruelty, and beauty, I focus on methods to document Indigenous knowledge production around precious metals. My talk is, as Helen said, drawn from my book, Mining Language, Racial Thinking, Indigenous Knowledge, and Colonial Metallurgy in the Early Modern Iberian World, which analyzes gold, iron, copper, and silver mining and metallurgy in Indigenous American, South Asian, and African diasporic communities in the early modern Spanish and Portuguese empires. Because each section of the book takes place in a different world region at a different time and with a different type of mineral extraction and processing, the methods that I use to tell stories about the women and men who mined and refined are different. And for today, I focus on 2 of those methods, historical linguistics and translation. These methods and the others that I use in the book could be applied to other kinds of texts, such as scientific works on dyes and pigmentation and cochineal production, as well as legal and political works, although they have not often been used in that way. And it's my hope that they might be of use to scholars of Indigenous communities in other world regions and historical eras. The methodological challenges that we face in telling Native histories of colonial Latin America are shared by colleagues of First Nations, Aboriginal, and Indigenous populations around the world, communities for whom the colonial period is ongoing, and for whom the need to understand these paradoxes is an urgent matter of healing from trauma, not an academic exercise in the study of ambiguity. And so I'm going to start my talk actually with gold, which is not designed to show a wanton disregard for the theme of the conference, but instead to illustrate how the kinds of conversations that we're going to have over the next couple of days could be applied to a wide range of extracted conditions throughout this time period. In 1525, Pedro Lopez de Mesa, a resident of Concepcion de la Vega, a mining town located in the heart of what is now the Dominican Republic, traveled to Spain to petition the crown to alter the seasons of gold refining in La Vega. For the past 3 years, their refinery, one of only 2 on the island, had processed gold in November and December. But he said if the crown would instead let them refine gold in June, and refine he called coger oro, which is a term he uses pretty consistently throughout his petition. And sorry, every time someone adds, my screen doesn't let me advance easily. I'll come back to this term coger oro, which you can see the number of times he uses on this single page. He argued that by making this change from November or December to June, miners could harvest another crop, caña fistola, a fragrant yellow leaf tree with medicinal purposes. Lopez de Mesa presented his ideas in a 27-point proposal. Most of those points were dismissed by Imperial Council members. You can see here they marked things as no puede ser on the left. But they liked this particular idea to move the season of gold refining so much that they underlined it almost in its entirety. And on October 13, 1525, the policy was enacted into law. From the perspective of the Spanish Empire, an empire dedicated to the extraction of colonial wealth, the change from December to June makes little sense. Refiners would now melt gold over open flames in thatched roof huts, which are called bohíos, an important part of Taino architecture and cosmology that we can talk about in the Q&A if you're interested, during the beginning of the hurricane season in the Atlantic world. It's hard to understand the Crown's decision when we look at the case from a colonial or imperial perspective. But the change in seasonality aligns with Taino understandings about the relationship between metals, plants, and seasons. According to a creation myth told to Catalan friar Ramon Panay while he was in La Vega, the first Taino people emerged from a cave called Casibahagua, meaning hole plus hagua tree, an important source of black dye, located in Caonao, place of gold, in the center of the island. One day, some of these first people went outside to fish, and when they returned, the entrance to the cave had been sealed shut. The sun then transformed them into hobo trees, which bear yellow fruit when ripe, but the people inside the cave were unchanged. One of these men, Guahayona, sent another to look for an herb to wash himself, and the man, Yahubaba, was turned into a hummingbird and never returned, forcing Guahayona to exit the cave. He took with him all of the women to gather the herb, promising that they could return to their families afterward. He also took women from the cacique Anacacuya, whose name means central star and his name is thought to refer to the North Star in the Ursa Major constellation, because when observed from the Caribbean, Ursa Major dips below the horizon between the months of April and August, marking the beginning of the rainy hurricane season. Interestingly, the Maya Quiché deity, Hunrakan, formed by the morphemes one and his or its foot or leg, reinforces this association. In the Popol Vuh, this one-legged force forms part of the deity group Ukushka, meaning heart of sky, and at times they are called one and the same. Here you can see copies of the Quiché text on the left and the Spanish text on the right. And if anyone is interested, I'm part of a team that's working to digitize these sources and make them more accessible, and we're open to all contributions. Guahayona left the women in an unpopulated island, and he placed their children in a ravine far away. The hungry children cried out for their mothers, yelling toa toa, or water, water. The men were forever separated from the women, and the children were transformed into frogs. Archaeologist Jose Oliver points out that rainfall replaces the sun as the transforming agent, establishing the rhythm of the seasons and a new social order, the rule of exogamy. Guahayona continues westward to the land of Guanin, the Taino word for a gold-copper alloy. Tainos valued mixed metallic objects more than pure gold or pure copper because they were difficult to make given the different melting points of the metals, and through their multiple colors, sounds, and scents, they imparted what archaeologist Nicholas J. Saunders calls a multi-sensory world of phenomenological unity that both reflects and reveals a holistic universe. According to Las Casas, Guanin was almost purple-hued at times, and por el olor conocían ser fino y de mayor estima. While processing Guanin metals, indigenous refiners added herbs that colonial writers like Oviedo and Las Casas were unable to identify. Some archaeologists now believe, based on the location of plants that are rich in oxalic acid, which is used as a distilling reagent, that these plants may have been Costus spiccatus, but we don't know for certain. What we do know is that this story links gold in women with the East and guanine and men with the West, perhaps indicating why indigenous informants pointed Columbus eastward when he inquired about metals. Colon took this symbolic connection as literal information, as we see in the map of his travels. But in the story, as Guajayona travels westward toward Guanin, he finds a woman whom he had left behind, called Bonito, and they reunite. Immediately after, he looks for somewhere to wash himself because he's covered in the kinds of bumps que nosotros llamamos mal francés. She puts him into quarantine and only allows him to leave after enough time passes. In his emergence, he takes a new name, Albe Boreal Guajayona, and Guabonito, who some scholars think is his sister, gives him guanine and stones, called cibas, to signify his role as a cacique. In other words, when Guajayona violates the incest taboo without punishment from the gods, he effectively defeats the old social order and instantiates a new kind of world, one in which his power is signified through shiny objects that reflect the fruits of human transformations of plants and minerals. His ear schools are called taguawa, which shares the same root as the tagua plant, a stinky flower whose yellow-orange fruit becomes red when ripe. And if this is beginning to sound familiar, a story in which golden metals and fragrant yellow plants emerge as part of a new world order of seasonal cycles, gendered life, and political organization in a time of hurricanes, it's because we heard something similar from Pedro Lopez de Mesa when he petitioned the crown to change the season of gold refining to accommodate the harvest cycle of a purgative yellow plant, and when he described gold refining in agricultural terms, coger oro, as if it were a plant with a specific harvest season. This term, coger oro, emerges once in the Spanish lexicon before the Colombian encounter, but it's from the Basque region and seems to be a case of language interference or language contact, whereas we can see pretty clearly from the database that all of the other terms follow 1492, or all the other uses. In this way, this expression, coger oro, not only contains the seed of Taino cosmologies about the relationship of different kinds of organic matter, it also explodes imperial and colonial fantasies about a new world of permanent and eternal bloom. In 1525, the new political organization was not the coming into being of a kind of Taino world, but a reorganization of colonial life in a post-boom mining town where Tainos and Afro-Tainos outnumbered Spaniards. While many historians have described Tainos as a vanished people whose way of life collapsed immediately upon the arrival of Europeans and Africans in the Caribbean, archaeological research conducted within the past 20 years in Haiti and the Dominican Republic, much of it using gender, class, and household unit analysis to unearth the daily practices of a matrilineal society, has shown greater patterns of continuity than the narrative of collapse suggests. My work builds from these archaeological studies and indicates that Tainos used ancestral storytelling traditions as a strategy to bring meaning-making coherence to a world turned upside down. We have not often looked to Spanish imperial laws, like the one enacted in October of 1525, to find evidence of Taino influence upon colonial life. But by analyzing the material dimensions of archival documents, like underlines and doodles, and juxtaposing them with a colonial petition, imperial law, and indigenous creation narrative, we can see how elements of Taino cosmovision, such as the golden metals, fragrant yellow plants, and rainfall that mark the emergence of the Taino people themselves, influenced operations in the 16th century gold industry. This reading does not deny the asymmetries of power or the forces of colonial violence, but it does suggest that Tainos did not just disappear after 1492. They regrouped and found ways of inserting their worldviews into colonial life, reminding us of Cherokee author Thomas King's affirmation that there is a truth about stories. In fact, this kind of approach to colonial archives can help us pinpoint when evidence of indigenous knowledge production is erased from printed records and colonial archives. After sending off the first draft of his monumental natural history, Gonzalo Fernández de Oviedo y Valdez, overseer of Las Bañolas gold mines, took out pen and paper and began to sketch a scene of gold mining. If we read the image as Oviedo's Spanish audience might have, from left to right like words on a page, we would see three partially clothed men, some with unique cultural markers, including a ponytail, necklace, and three-pronged feather headdress, signs of chiefly power and social prestige. The first man carries an empty patea, or sifter, but the second man's is full, indicating the procedural nature of mining. Oviedo apparently sketched the image around 1539, given its place in the manuscript, in response to the image that was printed in Spain in 1535. He captions this image here on the right, hecha, done, mas no tan bien como aquí está, but not as well as it is here. The inferior image, the printed one, differed from Oviedo's ideal depiction in a few ways, namely by adding a decorative border and trees, which somewhat undermined the author's distinction between mining in groves and rivers, and removing all jewelry from the miners' bodies, but maintaining different hairstyles. We also see that the second miner's patea is empty. The third miner now looks directly at us rather than the other miners. The most notable changes, though, appear in the second printing of 1547, in which all three miners' hair hangs loosely around their faces. The third miner has his back turned to readers and the other miners, and the miner in the middle of the frame seems to dance like a water nymph with his arms outstretched and an empty scepter resting on his head. Each printed version of the image removes details about Taino technical knowledges and the social worlds of miners. The manuscript image made it clear that miners of different social statuses engaged in communal gold mining, including caciques, for whom golden objects contained and conveyed sacred and political power. Whereas Oviedo's prose includes technical and cultural information, the images undercut his rhetorical appeals to eyewitness authority. They promote a reading of erasure. They also document precisely when that erasure happened. And by attending to those changes, we might, in some small way, stop seeing Tainos as people who vanished upon the arrival of Spaniards and Africans, and instead consider how early modern print culture helped to manufacture a narrative of indigenous absence. We can apply the same kind of framework to silver, which is the second and final part of my talk. We know from census records and tribute tallies that indigenous miners represented the overwhelming majority of the workforce in the Andean silver industry, but without texts written in Quechua and Aymara, it has been difficult to document the ideas of mining women and men with the same degree of detail as we have charted their labor and silver output. We know, too, that experienced artisans develop sophisticated technical skills as they work, and that, as James I. Porter writes, matter never leaves meaning untouched. So it's frustrating to know so much and to be able to prove so little, not only because we're left with an incomplete and inaccurate record of the colonial past, but also because a better understanding of how indigenous agents shaped that past could provide healing in many communities who fight to make sense of the traumatic weight of their own histories. So this second and final part of my talk offers what I hope will be a method that scholars in other research areas might use to document the work of women and men who wrote without letters, as art historian Elizabeth Hilboon and literary scholar Walter Mignolo have put it. As we heard from Helen's comments, the colonial American silver industry shaped the history of globalization. Because silver was worth nearly twice as much in East Asia as it was in Europe relative to gold, Iberian merchants extracted silver from the Americas, shipped it to China, and used profits from favorable bimetallic trade rates to buy and sell people and goods in Africa and Europe. For the first time in human history, people in Asia, Africa, Europe, and the Americas were knit into global exchanges of goods, ideas, and services that were orchestrated and facilitated by Spanish imperial economic, jurisdictional, legal, and religious frameworks. This was not a story about finding lodes and striking it rich, though. The reason why silver output increased in the late 16th century is because of the development of large-scale amalgamation technologies. In contrast to traditional smelting methods, which required lots of fuel, and to European methods of amalgamation, which involved mixing mercury with partially processed gold and silver that had collected in slag heaps, and then pressing those mixtures through cheesecloth-like fabrics to separate the precious metals from the mercury. The New World method of amalgamation, as it was developed in Mexico, used sunlight as the only catalyst and operated on a large scale, typically processing 5,000 pounds of material at once. This method was developed by a merchant named Bartolomé de Medina, who, after hearing from a German miner that a more cost-effective form of amalgamation was possible, left his wife and children in Sevilla and departed for Mexico. He settled in Pachuca, which was a center of indigenous mining expertise in the pre-Columbian period, and a site where Mexica imperial officials had long drafted the local Otomi population into tribute labor in mines and refineries. Archaeological data from post-classic Mesoamerica indicates that about 90 to 98% of the obsidian that arrived in Tenochtitlan was routed through Pachuca, suggesting that the region was well networked for supplies of metals, stones, and artisans. Medina's patio method of amalgamation, so named because refiners mixed metals on sun-drenched patios to reduce costs, was a 10-step method. In the 1570s, this technology was transferred to Peru. When refiners processed silver using traditional methods of smelting, whether in hornos castellanos or Andean wood ovens, they used exorbitant amounts of fuel, which was a costly material in the arid environment of Potosi. And this fuel includes grasses, which were labor intensive to look for. Furthermore, some mixed metallic ores, especially those with large proportions of sulfur, antimony, iron, and copper, were too difficult to separate silver from base metals and from chemical elements. In contrast, by using mercury as a reagent to extract silver particles, refiners could profitably separate it from even the most refractory ores, and they could do so with minimal cost. Even if un quintal, or 100 pounds of earth removed from a mine, yielded only 1.5 ounces of silver, refiners could still turn a profit. But with the different metallic mixtures and colder ambient temperatures of the Andes, metallurgists had to adapt the Mexican patio method to local conditions. One key change came in the 5th step of the amalgamation method. Instead of adding mercury all at once, they incorporated it in 2 rounds so that it would absorb more of the silver and form less sediment along the bottom of the mixing bin. As one miner put it, y mientras más fuere, menos conchos se causarán. This term conchos is a clue that we can use as evidence of indigenous knowledge production. In Spanish, the word for sediment is heces, derived from the Latin pes, or asientos, related to pos, and derived from the Latin pausare. But here, Andalusian priest Álvaro Alonso Barba does not use a Spanish expression with roots in classical antiquity. He uses a Hispanized form of the Quechua term conchu. What he writes as conchos, recording a moment in which Andean refiners left a linguistic footprint upon amalgamation technologies that were adapted for specific local conditions. If the idea to add mercury in 2 rounds had been Spanish, Spaniards would have used their word because they used their term to claim stuff that wasn't theirs all the time. Additional evidence that we can use to point to indigenous origins of this technique comes from translation case studies. Translators of Barba's books struggled to understand neologisms like conchos, and they rendered these Hispanized forms of Quechua as oyster shells and Austerschalen. Montague, the English translator's interpretation of concho as a printer's error for concha, occurs at the same time that English completed what linguist Anne Curzon calls the long history of the gender shift. In turn, Montague's book becomes the source text for subsequent translators, like Johann Lang, whose German language work was reprinted by the Pietist community of Ephrata, Pennsylvania, in an edition that became part of President George Washington's library. This genealogy suggests how the power and prestige of languages, or the perception of such prestige, as well as their translations, mistranslations into grammatical genders, have shaped colonial scientific writing in ways that the historiography of mining and metallurgy has not always acknowledged. Historians have not often analyzed the discursive particulars of technical treatises or their translations. The preeminent scholar of mining in the colonial era, Modesto Bargallo, famously dismissed such vocabularies as palabras de sentido poco preciso. And literary scholars who are trained to focus on language, especially phrases with fuzzy registers and ambiguous meanings, tend not to spend a lot of time with books about metallurgy. And so these texts fall into the gap between history and literature, and important evidence of indigenous knowledge production goes unexamined. And this is not just a story about translating Andean technical literacies out of the scientific record in London, Hamburg, and Madrid. It's also about what terms translators use to replace indigenous classifications of metallic matter. Underground, Andean miners classified ores by space in relation to one another, top, bottom, and in between, which is Chaupimita or Pactasmita, or Pactas Sac in Quechua, and Taipirana in Aymara. Spanish speakers translated this spatial logic of in-betweenness into a color-based classification scheme for what they called castas de metales, recalling the colonial sistema de castas and its method of organizing people into racial and ethnic categories. First were pacos, silver chlorides whose name is derived from the Quechua term for red. Last were negrillos, silver sulfides whose name is derived from the Spanish term for black. And in between those chalpinita metals were metales mulatos, whose color Barba described in humoral terms as splenetic or de color base. According to overseer Garcia de Llanos, Facos transitioned into mulatos and mulatos into negrillos every 2 or 3 estados, or the lengths of 2 or 3 human bodies, suggesting how Andean miners used their bodies to measure metallic deposits, whose spatial relations Spaniards then converted into a racialized colonial taxonomy that circulated throughout the Atlantic world. Translators dealt with these terms in ways that reveal their own cultural definitions of race and color. They never translate Paco. They sometimes leave negrillo in the source language and sometimes translate it literally as black ore or black silver ore, Schwarzerz as Schwarzsilbererz, and they replace the humoral properties of metales mulatos with the color that they associate with mixed race people. Montague writes that it is of a brown color, and Long follows, es ist eine braune Farbe. So when European translators show confusion, either by rendering ponchos as oyster shells or by translating the same word in different ways within the same chapter, the source of the confusion reveals the influence of indigenous miners and metallurgists, and the ways in which colonial authors recorded those ideas through language. So by using translation and mistranslation to document the existence and erasure of indigenous knowledge production, we show how Andean ways of knowing shaped technology transfers from Mexico to Peru, and how such technical literacies were removed from scientific writing in Europe. We also show how the silencing of native knowledges allowed colonial writers and European translators to inscribe their texts with their own ideas of racial and color categories. Colonial archives are fraught spaces whose physical and intellectual infrastructures are shaped by histories of exploitation, violence, and white supremacy, as well as resistance, survival, and meaning-making strategies to bring coherence to the chaos of severed communities. By approaching colonial archival materials in the ways I've laid out today, ways that combine a literary attention to language, historical linguistic data, and material and cultural visual analysis, I've tried to show how we can read against and along the grain to identify the intellectual contributions of mining women and men who have not often been recognized as scientific or technical agents. This is not about recovering indigenous knowledges, because as scholars like Laura Helton, Shauna Sweeney, and Maricela Fuentes point out, we can never fully recover stories of people whose humanity was unrecognized by the lettered officials who recorded those stories. This is the legacy of colonial epistemic violence, a violence that includes the stories of people who were not recognized as people. And yet, even within those constraints, we can still identify elements of culturally specific beliefs and practices, such as Taino cosmologies and Andean artisanship. These are important stories about the colonial past, and ones that can and should be told by historians of science and technology as we situate our work in a broader, richer, and more complicated context of archival silences and the critical knowledges that shaped the history of the early modern world, even and especially when those knowledges were not recognized as such. Thank you.
Thank you very, very much indeed, Alison, for such a fantastically rich and reflective paper, which shows the imbrication of ideas of processes of metals, bodies, agriculture as interconnected in their formation, in their extraction, and tremendously interesting, this line about the truth, about stories, in your reading of those fraught spaces of the archives against their own grain. It's very, very important work. What I'd like to do is ask people to pose their questions or comments after the second paper, so that we can take questions and discussion for the first 2 papers together. So I'd like now to turn to the second paper and to introduce our next speaker. Our next speaker is Professor Thomas Cummins, Dumbarton Oaks Professor of Pre-Columbian and Colonial Art and Latin American Art at Harvard University. Professor Cummins' work boldly and inventively crisscrosses many conventional disciplinary boundaries of media, iconographies, temporalities, and geographies, and brilliantly illuminates the engagement of the visual in making meaning, cultural exchange, communication, and miscommunication. His groundbreaking book, Toasts with the Incas, studied late pre-Columbian systems of knowledge and representation and their impact on the formation of 16th and 17th century colonial artistic and social forms. He's also published essays on New World town planning, the early images of the Inca, miraculous images in Colombia, on idolatry, and on the relationship between visual and alphabetic literacy in the conversion of the so-called Indians. His work is both subtle and stupendously ambitious. Today, his paper is titled The Atocha's Silver in circa 1622, Ingots, Aquillas, and the Intersection of Values.
Thank you. And thank you all, Helen and Marjorie and Simon, for putting this wonderful symposium together. It's really, wish we all could be together, but in some ways we can reach across greater spans of space and time. So good morning, good afternoon, good evening. And so I'm actually returning to work that I did beginning in the 80s and coming across a really incredible discovery that was made by Mel Fisher and his crew of one of the galleons that was part of the Flota Tierra Firme that sank in 1622. And that's what I'm going to talk about today. On September 5th, 1622, Nuestra Señora de Atocha, of which you see here a model, and that is really relatively faithful, along with the Santa Margarita and several other ships of the fleet of the Tierra Firme, were sunk off the southern coast of Florida near the Keys, destroyed and sunk by a terrible hurricane. They left the port of Havana late because the silver arriving from Peru was late and had to be transported over to the Isthmus and then brought to Havana, where it was loaded onto the ships leaving for Spain. The loss was so grave that it received a folio pamphlet written in Havana and printed in Madrid and elsewhere that you see here on the left, La Relación de lo que sucedió en los galleones y flota de Tierra Firme. And it recounted the loss and the names of the passengers abroad. A translation was made into English the following year, as you see here, which is really very interesting to read in relationship to the Spanish account, because it's called, the translation is a true relation of that which happened to the great Spanish fleet and galleons, etc. If you were to read a little bit further down, there is a kind of celebration of that sinking, because this is money that and silver and gold that never reached the Spanish court. And so for the English, this was actually divine intervention on their behalf, whereas for the Spanish, this was a kind of terrible destruction, almost demonic. So that you see here the readings of this kind of natural disaster of cultural world being read through the politics of 17th century Europe. The cargo of the Atocha alone carried 901 ingots of silver, weighing in a total of 35 tons, as well as 161 ingots of gold and thousands of emeralds, as well as pearls. Although pearls normally, if they are left in the ocean and not protected by the shells, will disintegrate. But many of them were kept in boxes, especially aboard the Santa Margarita, just to show you what was being exported. And I show here just a few of the pieces now in the Mel Fisher Museum in Key West that come from the Atocha that have been retrieved from the ocean's floor over the past 50 years. And I want to thank Corey Malcolm and others, but Corey is the underwater archaeologist and head of the Mel Fisher Museum, the curator, for the research and publications that they have done trying to get this information out. But this was a corporation, Mel Fisher, who sold shares. So a lot of this material, as it came out of the ocean, then was sold at auction. And the litigation went all the way up to the Supreme Court, et cetera, but was found in favor of Mel Fisher. And what you see on the right with that hand is what's called a monkey trap. They placed a golden ingot from the Atocha, and you could put your hand in, but it was constructed through plexiglass such that you couldn't get it out. And the reason I put it in there is I never actually had held a gold ingot. And as you put your hand in, you lift it up, you realize how heavy these things are. And to transport them is quite a process if you're going over the Isthmus of Panama. And if you were to read some of the accounts of how muddy and how difficult that was, and how even mules couldn't travel, and to carry this kind of weight is amazing to me, as well as the silver bars. But it shows you the value and the needs of all of this kind of material that's coming out of the mining areas of the New World. The names of the crew and passengers aboard were a major part of the text that I just mentioned, and included among the dead, one of the most important extirpators in Peru, the Jesuit Joseph Jose Pablo de Arriaga, who the year before had written this most famous text, Extirpación de la Idolatría de Perú. And he talks a lot about the huacas and gold and silver in there as being demonic in the way that they're used. His body was recovered. It was taken to Havana, and it was buried there amongst great ceremony, as Corey Malcolm has documented. But not only were there people and bars of gold and silver aboard, but there were caches of emeralds as well as solid gold spoons, as you see here, worked, chased, necklaces, really huge necklaces of gold, which could then be converted into gold bars. Because gold coin at that point was not being printed in America. And also jewels, such as you see here, which is an emerald necklace in the form of a cross, which may have been intended for the new Pope. It was in a container, as Corey Malcolm has recently suggested. And on the back, we know it's from Colombia because of the emeralds. And therefore, on the back, there is a configuration of St. Anthony and the Virgin Child, and it probably harkens to the miraculous image of Chinquiquirá, so that you have these materials that are local, the emeralds, of course, coming from Muso and other areas of Colombia, near Bogota, and then the imprinting of one of the very most famous miraculous image at the beginning of towards the end, should I say, of the 16th century, but well known before the Virgin of Guadalupe or the Virgin of Copacabana. And although the bars of gold and silver are almost identical as they were forged, and they had to be, they bear witness to their various identities in terms of purity, place of production, royal portion, ownership, etc., as we can see in these two ingots. So what you have up here, of course, is the number of the ingot up here. Here is the date of the founding of it. And over here is the name of the initials of Lorenzo de Ariola, who was a resident of Potosi, and he had with him these are two, should I say, of his 69 ingots that he was bringing with him. The point is that all of these, they have the Sayer's mark, they have also the bite. There's all kinds of information that individualize socially the production, the ownership, the quality, etc. All of this being marked on each one of these bars. And a tremendous amount of work has been gone into identifying the assayers, the owners by Eugene Lyon and others, so that when we think of the mass amount of gold and silver that are on these ships, they also, as I say, bear the social life that they come from, belong to, and are going towards in many ways. In addition, there were many silver plates, ewers, pitchers, etc., that were not brought as bullion, but as private ware. Which here you see two of the ingots, I should say, of Lorenzo de Ariola, who, as I said, was a resident. And you see the silver marks in both of his name, 1 and 2, and the numbers are up here, of 4831 up here, and this is the number that is 767 here, etc. But you have these beautiful golden plates chased here. Another one that is gold plated with a coat of arms in the center, and some even bore the names of their owners. And this plate here belonged to Isabel de Perina, who came to Peru with her husband and who was returning with 200 pounds of silver and assorted silverware. And this plate, one reads her name, the inscription, Doña Isabel, Y-C-A-B-E-L, on the inside of the rim, right about here, Doña, and there you see her name. These are objects that one would expect to find being crafted by gold and silversmiths who had immigrated to America. We have the names of them as well. Or those native gold and silversmiths who were apprenticed with these men and the new form, who were learning new forms and technologies and iconographies for their Spanish clientele. However, there are other objects and values that seem to fall outside the norms of European silver, be it in ingots or plates and vessels and pitchers. So, for example, what I'm showing you here is this plate found on the Atocha that has both an Andean form and an Andean iconography that is then framed within a European domain of heraldry. And what do I mean by that? What you see here in the center, held by these two bilateral in profile condors, is the crown of the Inca, the Maizcapacha. The Maizcapacha then, this configuration here is included within the escutcheon of heraldry. But running across in a horizontal is a patterned set of what are known as tocapu. That is, these are geometric abstract shapes that are found in textiles, that are found on plastered walls, on ceramics, etc. We don't know what they precisely mean. And here you see them in bilateral symmetry, but in inverse symmetry, so that this is here, this is here, this is here. That's typical of the way that tocapu are arranged in this grid pattern of the Inca. So what you have here then is this plate, which the form itself is based upon forms that we know the Inca used. These are called chua, C-H-U-A, and here's a pair of them, as you see here. and I'll talk about this notion of paired relationships in terms of the things that are being brought that are Andean in the ship. But you have then this idea of a formation that is recognizing Inca imperial forms that are then given into the vocabulary of Spanish nobility and the sense of having a coat of arms. And the reason that that's important is that one of the first things that happens with the Inca elite and is to use. Have I been unmuted the whole time?
No, we lost you very briefly just then, Tom. It's fine now.
Oh God, thanks.
It's very briefly. Don't worry.
I was just talking to myself. Okay. That one of the things that they are looking to have granted to them are coats of arms, and there's a different ambassadors that come to the court of Charles V and Philip II seeking coats of arms. So here you see this kind of amalgamation of signs of authority and elite nobility within this plate that belonged to someone coming from Peru who and we don't know who it belonged to. There's no inscription on it, but it could have been with a number of people that we know were coming from both Potosi and Lima. Why they're bringing this, it's not clear. But I'll show you in a second that it's important that somebody understands Andean signs of relationship between objects. Another object that is coming from the Atocha. So here I'm just showing you 2 pages, one from Martin de Marua's manuscript of 1590, and one that was made for his second manuscript of 1615. This is a coat of arms of the royal coat of arms of the Inca, as you can see, and here is the Maisca Pacha up here, and I won't go into the rest of the 4 quadrants here. And this is Huamampoma de Ayala's own coat of arms, the famous chronicler. But what you see here is the escutcheon to which this is has an echo in this plate. Another object that we find on this from the Atocha is a really very interesting bowl of silver around which has been etched a set of figures. And I don't think this was done by a Spanish silversmith. I think it was done by an indigenous silversmith. However, he's falling into a pictorial vocabulary that is arising around 1550, 1560, in which you begin to have images of the Inca in some kinds of display of feasting and of dancing. And what you see here is a woman who is spinning, as you can see here. And here is a man who is holding a agricultural instrument. And as we roll this out, what we see here is the feasting right here. And she is offering here an aquilla. An aquilla is a silver vessel. And the reason I'm saying it's an aquilla, I'll show you why in a second. It is a major aspect of ritual celebration within agricultural ritual. And here you see the agricultural act. A man is actually using a foot plow, a chaquitaqua, and the female figure is in front of him, and as you see down here as well, and she will be putting the seed into the ground. And then here you see this sense of celebration of drinking. And the pago, or the offering in the Andes, is always done with chicha and drinking. And I'll return to that again. I won't go into all of this, but this is a recurrent theme that we see. such as in this silver plate, in which you have, again, in the center, this heraldry with a eagle, but it's not a bicephalic eagle. It looks actually, sometimes to me, I think it looks more like the pelican of Christ's sacrifice, but I don't think that's what it is either. But in the drawing, you see similar themes that are going on here. Here is the figure here in front of the church, and this is the atrium of the church outside, the patio, should I say. Here you have him with his chakitakya, and here is a woman weaving with a backstrap loom tied to the tree. This is how people still weave today. And up here, you see these two in-face figures. He has a kero, or an akiya, should I say, and they're holding hands dancing. And I'll come back to why this is important in just a second. And this is just a close-up of these two. So you can see he's holding a vessel in his hand. That's what they're doing here. And what's interesting is that the clothing that's being worn by the men here is really identifiable with certain, this is a kasana design. It's a quadripartite design here. And we know the kasana, among other things, is a term that's used in agriculture and a storehouse in Cusco. So that all of these images have to do with agriculture in the Andes. Now, of course, that's what, this is an agricultural community, and that many of the rituals and celebrations of the calendrical year have to do with the agricultural season. So this is not surprising. But what's interesting is that we don't find this kind of imagery in Inca ceramics, the way it is diagrammatically laid out along the sides and the borders here of both the plate and the bowl. So that what you're getting is a set of images that are recording pictorially things that once were performed solely within the Inca Empire, and these celebrations were coordinated across Tawantinsuyu, that is the name of the Inca Empire, as an imperial set of ceremonies. And what's also interesting is that these figures are not dressed in colonial dress at all, although as we will see, there are other evidences of that in objects that are contemporary to this one. Now,
We've lost your sound again, Tom.
Somebody's muting me, which is fine. Can you hear me now?
Yes, yes.
Okay. Is that they're always made in pairs, these objects. And so let me go back. So that they are actually drinking together, the male and the female. And this has to do with a whole set of binaries in Indian symbolic life. Is a kind of syntagmatic chain of binaries that structure the way the world is organized for the Indians. And I show you here two gold pieces that have just been dug out of a place in Vilcabamba by a vaquero. I was sent the photographs and now they're gone. It's unfortunate, but you see a male and a female, both of them holding these vessels. And this was the subject of toast for the Incas, but they were found together. These are extremely rare, and you can see that they just cleaned off a little bit of the gold here, the mud that was on them. They were probably dressed as well, but these are part of an offering, clearly part of an offering of these figures as they were placed. I'm trying to find out where they were actually found, but probably near water, I would suspect. Now, the reason I'm saying this and bring that to your attention is that these are a pair of akiyas, silver vessels, that were found also aboard the Atocha. That is, someone in that list of passengers was bringing not only the silver plate and the silver bowl that has an iconography of Inca ritual, but someone is bringing actual objects of those rituals to Spain. Don't know why, but this pair here is in keeping with the Inca forms of decorating such vessels. That is, these concentric rectangles. That is a motif that repeats around and around. That's a motif that you find in many, many Inca carros and aquillas. Aquillas is a word that stands for both silver and gold drinking vessels made in pairs like these. And the performance, should I say, the production of these objects is a performance in which they probably are coming out of one mass of silver and then divided into two because of a set of properties that they must be both the same and different at the same time. And I can't go into that kind of thinking, Andy, thinking at this point, but their production is not just to make two cups, rather it's making two cups out of one thing. I say this because collectors usually will only buy one. And you go to a museum, you'll see one, because our idea of an aesthetic norm is the uniqueness and the beauty of the singular object. In the Andes, that's just not the case. The aesthetics is based upon there being two, and they are incomplete if they are not brought together. And that's important for whoever was bringing these, is they bring two, they're not bringing one. And so some of these carros, or aquillas, should I say, another pair that come from the Atocha, have combined both the Inca form of these concentric rectangles on half of it, and on the other half, you see this rampant lion, and that's a motif that you find in textiles. You find it throughout the 16th and early 17th century, embossed in this kind of pictorially framed space, and not particularly lifelike, but somebody gets the idea that it's a lion with its mane, curved tail, etc. And then you have this set of decorative elements right at the bottom. So you have here in this one a combination of the two. That is the Inca traditional and the new in the form of the rampant profile lion. Why is this bringing in pairs so important in terms of the interpretation of what's going on? Is a recent discovery in a place called, it's in Solca, and it is Burun Yakta, which is probably, I think it means wild town. That's in Quechua. I think it's a word that's been sort of mangled, but it's probably what it means in Soloco. And recently, a pair of these carros, or aquillas, should I say, was uncovered. And they were found in a pair. And as you see, you have these two figures that are holding hands in fuzz. That means that that they're dancing is what they're doing. They're performing. And they have the stippled background, and the figures stand out. So you have a figure-ground relationship that's going on here. This is clearly a colonial set of objects. And they were found together, one inside the other. And here you are. This is how they were found. I think I have, no, I don't. How they were found, one inside the other, just like that. And they were in a ritual context with burnt offerings. This is probably an offering that was placed at the base of a construction of stone, that then a building was made on top of it. And it probably, the archaeologists who were in charge of this have interpreted, and I think they're probably right, that this might have been the early primitive church, a Christian church that was found there, because there is evidence of an altar so that it confirms probably that this site was one of the very first in the years of colonization by the Spanish. And unfortunately, the site has not been well documented at this point. Well, excavated. But the point is that even within a Christian context, these objects are performing both pictorially and then in the way that they are offered an Andean sense of honoring the site and making it both holy and fecund, and that they are placed one within the other, as I show you right here. So you can see the lip of the other. Why is that important for what we're talking about? Well, these are, I should say, images that are very close to what are on the Atocha in terms of the way that the figure stands out against a stippled background, although the way that these are made seems to indicate that they were made on the North Coast. I don't think that they're coming from Potosi, but they're certainly very similar. They have this framing device, as you see here, in which the figures become discrete within a composition of two figures and then a repeated two figures around, you see there, and wearing different kinds of tunics or uncus. And so I'm going to come to another pair of aquillas that were found on the Atocha. And what's interesting is that all of the pairs that are found in the Atocha were found, and this is what Corey confirmed with me, one inside the other. In other words, whoever was transporting these scaros was doing so in the same way that these were placed together in a ritual context of offering in a Christian church at its base. So that who's ever carrying these understands the relationship of the one to the other. And I don't think it was just a matter of stacking to make room, although that's clearly possible, but rather that they understand the relationship of the one to the other, so that there is, at least in some form, an Andean sense of relationship between objects. This is a very interesting aquilla because it has a central figure and it looks like a priest. I'm not sure who this figure is, but he has this casket and almost looks like a Jesuit, but I'm not sure. And then it has this dragon-like figure which appears in in colonial painted or mopa caros in color. And then you have a horseman, and this with a sword. You find that quite often in petroglyphs. You find it in other golden objects. And then here is this rampant lion here again. But what is here seen is something that is really remarkable, because it's this triangular shape with these figures going up and this piece going up here. And what it is, of course, is Potosi. That is, these, and this is a pair, what you see are people working Potosi, and here's another figure right down here, and these are these vetas, that is the veins on the mountain where the silver is being taken. This, what you see on the right, is, of course, from Cieza de León, his Crónica. This is the only image in that book that is based upon observation of a place. The rest of the images are completely fabricated. And one of the most interesting things about Potosi is that topographically, it is the place that is most represented in terms of a faithful rendition of this place. Lima, there are no images, hardly at all. They're schematic, and they're very few. Cusco, even fewer. Potosi, right away, is rendered in a very identifiable topographic way. and I've written about this for other reasons. But what's interesting is this cup here is representing Potosi. So what does that mean? And I'll end here, is that Potosi becomes made into an object which bears its own representation. That is, I'm pretty sure that the silver, and the reason I'm pretty sure of that is, I can't remember his name, an archaeologist who was doing a study of the silver of the ingots that are coming from Potosi and the Aquillas, they're pretty similar. And so I would imagine that this vessel, which is carrying the image of Potosi on it, was made from the silver that came from Potosi. So that there was a kind of self-referentiality here between material and representation. And why is that of any interest? And I show you an image from Martin de Marua's manuscript of 1590, in which you see the Inca coming up behind the great mountain of Potosi and using a verse from Psalm, I think 103, but slightly changed. It goes, ego fusio columnas eos, that is, I support these columns. And with the columns he's supporting, of course, are the columns of Hercules, which become the emblem of, first of all, Charles V, and then basically of Spain. And these are all over. If you go to Seville, you'll see them on the cathedral, etc., because it's the sign of going beyond the pillars of Hercules into the New World. And so the metaphoric image here, the allegorical image here of the Inca holding the columns of Hercules is that the gold, silver that comes from Potosi is, as you see in the ingot and the Aquilla, is something that is given by the Inca to support the royal crown. This is an allegorical image that was painted by Marua himself, probably, to indicate what the Inca and Peru had done. And it says El Inca up here, and there's the Maisca Pacha that we saw on the plate that was also found in the Atocha. But what's interesting about this image in relationship, what I'm saying about this Aquilla, this kind of recursive sense of material and image, is that a reconstruction of this plate after doing analysis at the Getty of this image revealed that this dark area here is actually made with silver. And this was done at Clark University by Gregory Lord, in which I talked about the fact that this would have shown on the, if you open the manuscript, and that the brown that you see here has faded because is actually, the mountain is painted here by Marua with hematite. Now, the reason that's important is that the mountain, Potosi, is known as the Red Mountain. And this is from this 1595 manuscript in New York at the Hispanic Society. You can see how red it is. And what they have done is use the material of Potosi, because there's only one other image that we tested in this manuscript that was painted with hematite, and they have used silver here for the veins that are inside the mountain. So there's the sense here, just as they're in the sense of this Aquilla, of taking the material of this incredibly important centralized place of production of silver and turning that into its own image of what it does for both Indians and for the Spanish. And with that, I will end.
Thank you very much indeed. Thanks so much for a very rich paper sharing that, teasing out that interpretation of the objects on the Atocha. Very vivid and fascinating analysis, and particularly this discussion of the recursiveness of the material and image, the way in which Potosi recurs as a material which becomes part of a representation of itself. What I'd like to do now is to invite questions and comments from the audience to both or either of the first two papers that we've heard today. We've heard about values and meanings, plural and contradictory, that have to be deciphered, reading with or reading against the grain, from divergent responses to the shipwreck of the Atocha to the role of early modern prints in erasing indigenous knowledges. Over and over again, we've heard these very interesting questions of the fraught nature of interpretation. So what I would ask people to do is to raise the hand if you'd like to make a comment or ask a question in the reactions button of Zoom, so that if you raise a hand, we can then invite you to unmute yourself and to pose your question. Okay, sorry, this is, I'm sorry, I'm being a bit slow here with catching up with these hands. Marlon, I can see that you've raised your hand, so could you please unmute yourself and ask the question?
Thank you, yes, it's a question for Alison. Thank you for a wonderful talk, and I think I can relate tomorrow a little to your talk because there are some figures coming up which I used to. I was just wondering about gender in your talk, because you were talking about men and women, and these woodcuts you used three different versions of the same scene, and I wonder if we could interpret the first one as a woman. You know that the first woodcut you presented, there's one figure, and it seemed to me that there were female breasts, and I just would like to ask you if you could tell us anything about female labor within this mining business. Thank you.
Thanks so much for the question. I had not thought, because of the clothing, I hadn't thought of interpreting that figure as a woman. But what's interesting is that in the prose part of that passage, Oviedo describes mujeres, and then he says indias y negras, and then later he changes it to just indias. So he crosses it out later in the passage. So he is sort of carefully trying to describe exactly which kind of women are doing the work at different stages of river mining, alluvial mining. The batea that they use is also something that he specifically credits in the prose to women. He describes the women are the ones sort of balancing on the rocks and using this very, showing great dexterity in using this very heavy sifter to separate the gold particles from the water. So there's a gap between the prose description and then the iconographic representation of work that I think relates to this larger theme of how the mechanics of print culture erase or create narratives of indigenous absences. But I get into that a little bit more in the book than the time that I had here. But thanks for the question. It's really important. I see that Jane Mangan is here. Her book is probably like the book that made me start thinking about this in new ways. So I would, anyone interested in thinking about gender and mining in the Andes in particular, Trading Roles is an outstanding place to start. Thanks for the question.
Thank you very much, Alison. Yari Perez Marin.
Hi, Alison. I have a question for you, and it has to do with the section because I don't know if I understood that section correctly on Caña Fistula. I wonder if you could say a little bit more about how you see the indigenous intervention, perhaps, of the use of these things that were being brought to the New World for medicinal purposes to then be applied in other uses. That particular, I'm recalling the Bernabé was comment on Caña Fistula, there being two kinds, the one that grew in America and then the one that was brought in precisely for medicinal purposes, which I'm not sure which one it is that you're referring to. But could you say a little bit more about sort of indigenous adaptation to that encounter with medical or scientific technologies coming from Europe at the time that are then co-opted and sort of, that level of participation is then erased in that process?
Yeah, thanks. Hi, Yadi. Thanks for the question. In the manuscript, the proposal to the Crown to change the season of gold refining, they don't, López de Mesa does not specify what kind of caña pistola he wants to cultivate. The curious thing is that, so if we take Oviedo at his word, that this is, a purgative plant worth maybe 250 ducados a year in the way that it had been grown and exported in La Española. It makes almost no sense from an economic perspective why the Spanish Empire would be willing to change gold refining. Gold was so profitable and such a huge part of the economy, even in the post-boom era. I mean, throughout the 16th century, you have these cycles of boom and bust in places like La Vega. And certainly by 1525, the gold mining is not over. So it's economically, I can't understand the reason why the Crown would say, okay, we're gonna compromise gold processing in favor of this plant that we know, according to our own gold refiners like Oviedo, is worth less. And so that moments when in the documents where I can't understand the Spanish logic, that usually makes me think that, okay, this idea is not Spanish. This is coming from the Afro-Taino refiners, and they were the ones maybe proposing this, because I can't see why a Spaniard would go for that. What I was saying in the paper is that because of the way that it blooms, the way that it becomes so vibrantly yellow and fragrant, it kind of aligns with the idea of blooming gold medals. And so that's my sense. We don't have anything written from miners saying, this is why we think it should be caña fístola. But my sense is if we take the logic of gold in bloom and metals that bloom like plants that we hear about in the creation narrative, it's not unreasonable to think that miners were thinking about caña fístola in those terms. And so then the Taino miners were the ones who maybe gave López de Mesa the idea. What you should do is we cultivate this plant.
Right. So then you're referring to the caña fístola silvestre rather than the caña fístola that have been brought over for medicinal purposes.
Well, the manuscript doesn't say. It just says,
right.
It just uses the word caña fístola, but the way that he's thinking about it, López de Mesa is clearly thinking about it in economic terms. The interesting thing is that the people who proposed the idea may not have been thinking about the economic productivity or commercial viability.
Thank you.
Thank you. Timothy Schroeder, Tim.
Sorry, I was in the chat function, which wouldn't then allow me to unmute. My apologies. Yes, thank you. My question is for Professor Cummings. This may be very difficult to answer because, after all, the Atocha was underwater rather than a land-based archaeological site. But is there anything in the context in which the Incan plate was found, or the Mexican plate was found, that indicated it might have been being shipped as cultural objects rather than simply as bullion. I know you mentioned the fact that the two achias were the beaker-like objects were stacked together, but that of course might very well have been simply for the reason that you acknowledged that they were just being used just for economy of space.
Well, that's an interesting question because, as I understand it, they weren't all stacked together. The pairs were stacked together. So if it were simply an economy of space, because they're basically all the same size, you just put them all together, just like you stack in a. But I have to actually check that. But I think that is the case. That they were, each pair was found as a pair, not stacked for economy size. That is my understanding, and that's the way that they're also found in Yakta, so Burun Yakta. That is in pair. And that's how you would always find them. That's why I showed that pair of Inca figurines, or where they're each holding it one, because you always toast. They're for toasting, so that they're operational in terms of relationships between people. That's what they're meant for. You never drink alone, for example, in the Andes. That's just the worst kind of sense of barbarity, is to drink alone. So that's, to me, somebody understands this, the way they're kept. But again, I can't say for sure. But as I said, also, they are coming in pairs. They're not coming as singular objects, which I don't see that in any other area of cultural artifact. So you don't have a pair of crosses. You don't have, there's certain signs that by that pairing, that they are understood to represent as a pair something, or be something, should I say. The plates, I don't think so. That is not, those are amalgamation of things. So that, somebody wrote on there that that's not a scutcheon, it's actually a Mannerist style cartouche. Well, that doesn't really matter. The idea that we keep heraldry as, so that's a great subject of purity and making things certainly aligned to a precise set of signs being read. Those aren't tokapu either, really. It's all indicating a certain sensibility of what's going on in this period, where things become incredibly not confused, but reused and made to be something other than the way that categories in art history normally straitjacket things. And that's what's happening here. So you have in that Chua plate a whole set of different competing kinds of signs and signals that are being brought together in different ways. And whoever made this, I don't think would be able to distinguish necessarily between a Mannerist style cartouche and an escutcheon. They're seeing these things in a different context, and how you're seeing them then is really just as important. And so someone is understanding, at least in this case with that pairing, I think, that is an Andean sensibility there. I don't know if that answers your question, because I can't really answer it.
Well,
and the reason
I appreciate it's difficult to answer.
If there had been somebody who was going on a ambassadorial mission, then I would say there was an Andean bringing those. But that's not, as far as I can tell, in the passenger list.
Thank you.
Could I just ask, are there other similar signs of a Andean sensibility in the organization of those objects, Tom?
Well, there are, in terms of the way that they're worked, as that is the way the metal is being, they're being formed. Yes, that is not a European forming of a vessel. So the sheets themselves are the way that we would see pre-Columbian. They're not, these are not made by European silversmiths. That you can tell.
Yeah, thank you, thank you. Maggie Bolton.
Hello, I've got something between a comment and a question for Alison. I really enjoyed your paper, thank you very much. And I was particularly interested when you started talking about Alonso Barba and Artemis Mortales. He's a really interesting person. He, as Orlando Betancourt has pointed out, his thinking sort of differs from classic alchemy and from the ecclesiastical standard of his day. So I think there are interesting influences there. And also indigenous people were involved in silver refining with mercury, particularly in the 18th century when the Cactus were working at Potosi, and there were small mills, trapiches, that were in action. They were able to, people working them were able to refine silver very efficiently. And according to Rosanna Barragan, some of those people were women. One thing that occurred to me when I was listening to Tom's talk was when he mentioned these Inca plates called chuas and the context in which I've read about them. I was going to ask you if you've looked at any other silver refining texts, because I remember coming across the term chua in a silver refining text from the 18th century by Alcalá y Murillo. There's a manuscript that's in the Archivo Nacional de Bolivia. And he uses that for the plate in which the refiner does all his tests, his ensayes, to work out the exact mixture of silver, mercury, and all the other bits that you throw into the mixture to refine the silver. So I was wondering if you've looked at any of these other metallurgical texts that are around in the same sort of linguistic way.
Yeah, thank you.
Quick answer?
Oh, go ahead, Tom.
Yeah, because you have more to say. No. But that's a great idea. Thank you.
Yeah, just for folks who are in the US, if it's easier to get to New Mexico, the University of New Mexico Library has a copy of the Alcalá y Murillo manuscript. It's a great one. His description of mulatos is also different than what you get in Barba. And yes, in the book, I do look at the main texts I work with are Barba, Garcia de Llanos, Alcalá y Murillo, Capoche, and writers from the region. But for the purposes of a 30-minute talk, I could really only focus on one author. And to the question on gender, that is sort of where this project started. It ended up becoming a standalone article that wasn't in the book, but the article is called, oh God, I don't remember. It came out in 2016. I haven't had daycare for 2 years. It's like women, men, and something about mining in the Andes. It came out in Ethnohistory. And I included in the appendix a list of 100 women miners and mine owners and azogueras that I found, primarily in Sucre, but also in Archivo General de la Nación in Lima. And I put all the legajos and everything so that other folks could continue to follow the threads of these women miners.
Thank you, I'll look that up.
Thank you. We've got time, I think, to squeeze in 2 questions. Janine Skerry, could you put your question? And then Lisa Voigt, could you put yours? Janine, you'll have to unmute. Janine, are you there? Lisa, let's go to you then.
Okay, so great to see both of you, Tom and Allison. Thank you for wonderful papers. I'll be quick. I know we're running out of time. Allison, I just a quick comment to note how I loved how the different parts of your paper, even though one focused on not exclusively, but the visual evidence from Oviedo and the different copies of the image, how progressive, moves farther and farther of the actual practice, but that you can use that to write, as you say, this narrative of Indigenous absence. But when you move to the example of translation, it was also, as we got farther and farther from the source, following these translations into different languages, that you can trace a sort of similar narrative. So I just I was just thinking more about how your use of visual evidence and the textual, linguistic evidence follow a similar sort of path, and that importance of looking at those copies and translations and mistranslations are so important. And then, but my question is really for Tom, and it was just, I know you put the Cieza de León next to the image of Potosí just for comparative purposes, but I wondered what you make of the kind of etchings around Potosí, the mountain on the quilla. There's just something that reminds me of like a rough-hewn wood block with those markings around the mountain. I was curious if you've thought about them.
It's been years since I've seen it, actually. And it's not in great shape. I actually will have to go back for publication of this, is really go back to Key West, which is really terrible, and go through and look at these objects again, because I really haven't, I have all the photographs, but it's one thing. So I don't want to say anything because I really need to look at these things again.
Alison, would you like to respond to Lisa's remarks?
I put my comments in the chat. I just said, thank you. It's intimidating to talk about images with people who actually work on images and are trained as art historians. But I think the connections between narratives of erasure that happen in print culture and language are precisely why it's important for those of us who come from different disciplines to get together at conferences like this and to think together. So thanks, Lisa.
Thank you. And thank you very much indeed, both of you, for superb papers and for fielding the questions in such an interesting and really modest way. What I'd like to do now is to ask people just to unmute and to show appreciation for our two first speakers. Thank you. We've now got a short break and we'll return at in 3/4 of an hour. So that's 1600 UK time for the second panel of the Silver Moon. Thank you.
Recording stopped. Recording in progress.
All right, welcome back. I've been told to go ahead and get started here. First of all, can you hear me?
Yeah.
Yes, all right, wonderful. It's a real pleasure. Good afternoon to everyone. My name is Chris Lane. I teach at the university known as Tulane in New Orleans, Louisiana. It's a pleasure and an honor to introduce panel number 2 of this very special symposium, The Matter of Silver. I thank Helen Hills and Marjorie and all of those who went to great lengths to put this together in tough times. This session is entitled The Silver Moon, and thus we leave some of silver's substance and its famous American sources and unsung producers aside to shine light on silver as a metaphor, as a reflection. It's time to let silver shimmer, in other words. Our first speaker is Professor Tim Ingold, Chair of Social Anthropology at the University of Aberdeen. Professor Ingold is the author of many books, ranging from The Life of the Sami People of Finland. He has just been there. He has also written about their companion animals and opened our eyes to human-animal relationships in ways scholars had ignored for many, many years. Professor Ingold has also written The Life of the Line. So he's taken directions that may seem more abstract, but I urge you to read that book. And most recently, Correspondences. Today, he will share with us his reflections on moonshine, which in the US South has a different connotation, which we'll leave until after the conference. I hand it over to you, Tim.
Okay, thank you very much. So this talk is called How the World Shines Silver in the Moonlight, and it's really a thought piece. I still don't actually know what my conclusion is. I've been trying to figure it out, but we'll see where we go, and maybe these reflections are of some use. No one seems to know where the word silver comes from, but the etymology of its Latin equivalent, argentum, is quite easy to trace. It goes back to the Indo-European root arg, A-R-G, meaning to shine, and it also means white. So silver is literally, not metaphorically, but literally, what shines white. So the city of Aberdeen, where I live, is often called the Silver City because the granite from which its buildings were traditionally made, including our house in which I sit now, shines just like that, especially when the sun comes out directly after rain. And in the past, the city's economy rested in part on the herring fishery. Herrings were known as silver darlings. In fact, the top restaurant in Aberdeen is called the Silver Darling Restaurant, named after the herring. And they're called silver darlings because of the way herrings glisten silver in the shoal, or in a basket, or in a net. And of course, we say that every cloud has a silver lining, that edge where the sunlight breaks through. And at night, as we also know, the moon casts a silvery light very different from the light of the golden sun that illuminates the day. I remember from my own fieldwork in Lapland long ago, at which Chris referred, I remember those winter nights of the full moon, nights which actually lasted most of the day because the sun didn't actually rise in the middle of winter. So it would be night all day long, so to speak. And if it was a clear night with a full moon, then the entire landscape would glow with the moonlight so strong that trees would cast their shadows in the snow and every detail could be discerned. Then, of course, last but not least, there's the precious metal, which we also happen to call silver, and it also is shiny white. So I wonder, when we ask about silver, is this in the first place a question about metal, or is it a question about shining? And if silver refers in the first place to shining, then the metal that we call silver just happens to be one instance of it. We could just as well be talking about granite after rain, or about herrings in the net, or about cloud linings, or about the moon. But if we are talking specifically about the metal, then what is the relation between the metal and its shining? Or to put it in even more fundamental terms, between light and material? That's the question that I really want to address. And I'll begin with the question of light. Because when we speak of sunshine or moonshine, what exactly is the light that shines in our eyes? I mean, fact is that no one knows what light is, not because we don't know enough about light, because everybody's coming from somewhere different in trying to explain what it is. So we have to deal with some confusions about the actual meaning of light. And that leads me to my second question. Does this light, the light that shines, whatever it is, does it enter constitutively into the formation of the material world? That is light an essential elemental ingredient of what silver is? So elemental that we can't even talk about silver without bringing in the light. But of course, the first point to note is that the light that shines and shimmers is not the light as it is defined by physics. Ask a physicist, and he or she will tell you that light is a form of electromagnetic radiation, perhaps of a certain range of wavelengths to which photoreceptors in the eyes of human beings, or possibly other animals, are able to respond. They will say that it is emitted as rays from a source, such as the sun, for example, or a candle, and is reflected from surfaces such as of the moon, of the granite building blocks of my house, of the scales of fish, or of the silver coin that I hold in my hand. Thanks to this reflection, objects, the moon, my house, the fish, the coin, objects are disclosed to my perception. But the light itself is not. The light is simply a vector that contains information that conveys to me what is out there in my environment. Of all the things that can be seen, asked the psychologist James Gibson in his pioneering work on the ecology of visual perception, of all the things that can be seen, is light one of them? It is not, he answered. We see objects disclosed by rays of light, not light as such. So in Gibson's book, pared down to its radiant essence as waves or photons in a physical universe, light is the one thing we never see. We see objects in the light. We do not see the light as such. Well, if that's the case, what on earth are we to make of the varieties of luminous experience? They're surely real enough. Every language has a wealth of verbs with which to describe them. In English, for example, we have not only shining and shimmering, but also glowing, blazing, flickering, and many, many more. So the sun, we say, the sun shines, the moon shimmers, the fire blazes, and its embers glow, the candle flame flickers. Now, if light consisted only of rays, of electromagnetic radiation, then it could neither shine, nor glow, nor blaze, nor flicker. Indeed, it wouldn't enter directly into our experience at all. And yet, for us, sunshine or moonshine, along with the blazing logs and glowing embers of the fire and the flickering flames of the candle, is no illusion. It's no hallucination in the world of appearances. It is as experientially real as is, say, the pitch darkness of a stormy night. Now, this isn't to say that we are right and physics is wrong, or vice versa. We and they can both be right, but only because we start with different definitions, respectively physical and phenomenal, of what light is. For physics, light is an energetic impulse of which our experiences are but effects, induced in the theatre of consciousness. But for us, earthly beings, light is the experience itself of an illuminated world, for which the radiant energy that physics talks about is but a condition. So then we have to ask, well, what must the sun or the moon be for it to shine? We know that it shines, but then what is the sun? What is the moon such that it can shine? It cannot be a distant cosmic object or an emitter or reflector of rays. Shining does not connect me by a long straight line of transmission to the sun or to the moon. I mean, imagine one of these sort of optical diagrams, and there's a picture of the sun or the moon here, and a picture of my eye there, and then somebody's drawn a straight line between them. Say, okay, there's a ray of light that goes from the sun right directly to your eye. That's not shining, and I don't see it. So it's merely disclosing, yes, the sun is there. So shining is something that carries on in real time along an axis orthogonal to the line connecting me and the sun or the moon. It's an axis along which the sun, the moon, and I measure out our days together. Because in our experience, the sun and the moon are their lights. They're not objects disclosed in the light. They are their lights, and in their shining, they erupt into a vision that, far from having closed itself off from a world out there, has opened itself to the boundless sky. So the thing is, neither sunlight nor moonlight arrives from afar. They don't come to our eyes from some distant place. Rather, this light ignites in the consciousness of the seer who sees with it, with eyes bathed in its luminosity. Here's what Maurice Merleau-Ponty in his Phenomenology of Perception has to say on the subject, and I'll just quote a short passage from the book. The moon's pale disk is neither a quale genuinely subsisting, nor the notion of such an objective property, but what is discovered or taken up by our gaze. Insofar as my gaze knows the moon's light, it is as a certain way of linking up with the phenomenon and communicating with it. Moonlight and sunlight present themselves not as sensory contents, but as certain kinds of symbiosis, certain ways the outside has of invading us, and certain ways we have of meeting this invasion. So in short, in our experience, the sun in its shining, as the moon in its shimmering, shine and shimmer in our own eyes, because where our eyes are, there is the world. So just like the sky itself, sunshine and moonshine belong to the phenomenal rather than the physical order of reality. Now, another way of putting this is to say that the light that shines, whether of the sun or of the moon, comes not as rays, but as beams. Now, of course, today we tend to conflate these two things. The rays and beams are just the same straight things that go from a light source to an eye. But interestingly, the idea of the beam of light is founded in an analogy, perhaps even in an identification, of light and material in its most primordial form, namely wood. Nowadays, we think of a wooden beam as a length of straight cut timber with a rectangular section capable of carrying a heavy load. But originally, the beam referred not to timber, but to the trunk of the living tree rooted in the ground. And this is a usage still preserved in the names of some common tree species, like hornbeam, white beam, and quickbeam. And the archetypal analogue of the tree trunk was the biblical columna lucis, the fiery pillar of light by which in the book of Exodus, the Israelites were guided on their way at night. And for the Venerable Bede, writing in the 8th century, the beam was the light or fire, the light of the fire ascending from the body of a saint. So just as a tree trunk rises up from the ground, not dead straight, but a bit curling and twisting this way and that, depending on atmospheric conditions. So the equivalent of that beam, the tree trunk, was the flame of the fire that rose up and also twisted and curled a bit in relation to environmental conditions. It wasn't a straight line going from source to recipient. It was something that was growing, it was atmospheric in real time. So for Bede, light beams from the saintly body as the tree trunk grows from the earth. And this comparison leads me rather neatly into my second question, which is about the relation between light and material. That the beam of the tree trunk becomes a beam of light when set ablaze suggests that material and light are in some fundamental sense, experiential sense, interchangeable. Yet again, so long as we confine our understanding of what light is to rays, in the physicist sense, then this interchangeability is incomprehensible. Indeed, the reduction of light to rays and of the world to objective entities that these rays disclose to us is a product of the same movement of objectification reaching its apogee in modernity that separates light as radiation from the matter on which it falls. So we often these days think of vision as an objectifying sense. We think that when we use our eyes to see, we see a world out there, detached from our subjective selves, with everything in its allotted place, visible at the glance. But in truth, it's not that vision objectifies the world. Rather, the co-option of vision by the modern project of objectification has emptied vision of the experience of light. So the question is, what would it take to bring it back? So let me go back to the landscape of the full moon, which I experienced during my winters in Lapland. Although it could be as bright as day, revealing every detail of trees and building, whatever else there is, the quality of the light was completely different. Color contrasts were subdued, if not banished altogether, in a field of largely achromatic variation, of shades of grey and, yes, of silver. Overhead, of course, was the night sky, peppered with stars, and from time to time, the northern lights, again, light that is experienced, that flickers, that glows. So the question is, was this the same landscape that I had observed under the glare of the summer sun, bedecked in colour with the azure sky overhead? Was I simply seeing the same landscape, but under different conditions of illumination? Or does the landscape itself change with the light? And so long as we think of light as energetic rays interceding between a world out there and the eye of the beholder, then we would have to answer that the landscape is objectively the same, regardless of the conditions of its illumination. But if we think of light as the experience of illumination itself, then the stars are their lights, not distant objects revealed to us in the lamp. The flame of the wood fire is its light, and the landscape, glowing in its many shades of grey and silver, is its light as well. Ergo, as the light changes, so also does the landscape. Now, of course, painters know this. Seeking to capture not things in themselves, but the very experience of opening one's eyes to them, they know that light is among the materials they use, and colour too. Of course, painters work with a palette of colours, but colours for them are not just variations on a spectrum, but material ingredients, nowadays squeezed from a tube, in the past concocted from all sorts of alchemical potions. Materials, ingredients which can be mixed to form the distinctive lustre of the painterly composition. And that lustre is the light of the painting. In just the same way, artisans incorporate light as a material ingredient into their manufactures. I mean, certainly for the makers of stained glass, their compositions would literally be lackluster without it. When sunlight streams through the stained glass window, it is transformed from dull to brilliant. And similarly, the gold encrusted icon, an object of ritual devotion, would lose its luster without the light that causes it to glitter. And for the maker of icons, as for the devotee, the glitter of gold is not incidental, it's not a mere byproduct of its physical irradiation. It is immanent in the thing itself and a manifestation of its power. So the way material responds to illumination, its glittering, announces gold for what it is. So that's gold. What about silver? Well, let's say, following the same line of argument, that shimmering, whether of the moon or of metal, or of granite after rain, or in a shoal of herring, let's say that shimmering announces silver for what it is. The experience of light, here the beam rather than the ray, enters constitutively into our understanding of the material world. And conversely, our understanding of what materials are is constituted, at least in part, by their luminescence. But in this regard, there's a rather intriguing contrast, it really hadn't occurred to me before, between silver and gold. I mentioned at the outset that silver doesn't just shine or shimmer, it is also white. Going back to the etymology of argentum, you remember that it's about shining, but it's also about a white kind of shine. It's quite specific. Gold, on the other hand, is black. The curious affinity of gold with blackness is something I experienced and which took me completely by surprise at the time when I was working with the contemporary artist Richard Wright. In one of his installations in Amsterdam's Rijksmuseum, Wright had covered the ceiling of one of the museum's galleries in painted stars, thousands of them. The ceiling itself was basically whitewashed, it was a white painted ceiling. And Wright had painted the stars with jet black paint. But I didn't know that when I first viewed the ceiling. And I was absolutely convinced that the stars were golden. Now, I don't think that that's because I was merely projecting my own idea of how stars usually look when you see them in the night sky. I mean, they were rather schematic stars anyway, so like pentagram forms of stars. They didn't really look like stars anyway. But anyway, I saw these stars as golden. So what was going on? Another of Wright's installations, this time in the ceiling of the Great Hall of the Queen's House in London's Greenwich, gave me a clue. Because instead of painting the ceiling with stars using black paint, in this case, Wright had covered it with diminutive forms resembling fronds, buds, and petals cut out in gold leaf. Now, because of the arrangement of the windows in the hall, some parts of the ceiling were bathed in sunlight, but others remained somewhat in the shade. And what I noticed was that the forms in the shade, though they were made of gold leaf, just like the others, appeared to be black. So in the shade, gold is black, and under illumination, as in the Rijksmuseum, black is gold. Now, I wasn't thinking about silver at the time, but I would hazard a guess that what black is to gold, white is to silver. And yet the blackness of gold and the whiteness of silver cannot be understood in terms of the properties of radiant light. In the science of optics, of course, white light means incident radiation that covers the entire spectrum of wavelengths from infrared to ultraviolet. And the opposite, black, well, it's what you get when there's no light at all, when incident radiation is reduced to zero, as, for example, in a photographer's darkroom. Now, you might say that, of course, gold looks black in the shade. I mean, with insufficient illumination, everything looks a bit black. But that would be to miss the point, that the blackness of gold is metallic. It's a particular kind of blackness, and it stands out. It is distinct in this regard from, say, the blackness of charcoal, the blackness of pitch, or the blackness of shoe shine. The point is that every kind of blackness belongs to or is intrinsic to a particular material. And by the way, if anyone is asking, what about black skin? I'm just going to say, I am not going there. It's far too delicate and contentious a topic and doesn't have a bearing on the matter at hand, though maybe there are other contexts in which it does, but not here. So could we not say the same of the whiteness of silver? After all, neither silver nor gold is on any kind of color spectrum, nor are any other metallic substances. Copper, brass, lead, tin, and so on. You won't find them on the Newtonian color spectrum either. So at the end of the day, it all comes down to the question of color. Silver and gold, like gray, and black and white, they're not really colors. So what on earth are they? Or perhaps they are colors if we define color differently. It's a question of how we can describe colors as material properties independently of spectral variations in radiant light. And it takes us back to the distinction I outlined earlier between the beam and the ray. Now, this lay at the heart of the celebrated critique that Johann Wolfgang von Goethe, in his theory of colors of 1810, launched against the physical optics of Isaac Newton. For Newton, mathematician and physicist to the core, light simply meant rays. And rays, when differentially refracted by means of a prism, would yield all the colors of the rainbow, from red to violet. And recombined, they could merge into colorless white. Color then, in the Newtonian system, was strictly a property of rays, and as such was given quite independently of our experience of it. Red light is red light, however we see it. Green light is green light, however we see it. But Goethe, of course, would have none of this. For him, as indeed for me or for us, light was in the first place a phenomenon of experience, an affective intermingling of our own awareness with the turbulence and pulsations of the medium. It was the beam of the sun or the moon, not its rays, and it shines in the world as do the flames of the fire. As with the blaze of the burning tree trunk, Light at its most intense is white, grading off through yellow, red and blue and black to the black of cold charcoal or of the pitch that oozes from charred roots. Interestingly, the painter Vasily Kandinsky presents the same scale from white to black via yellow, red and blue in his celebrated essay Point and Line to Plane. I just quote from him. If we examine black and white from the standpoint of temperature, we find white more apt to be warm than black, and that absolute black is inwardly unquestionably cold. It's not without reason that the horizontal scale of colours runs from white to black through yellow, red and blue. So for Goethe and indeed for Kandinsky, light acts on matter rather as fire acts on wood, generating all the colours in the process on a scale not from red to violet, but from white to black. And this is a scale not of quantitative variation, as would nowadays be measured in terms of wavelengths, but a qualitative scale of affective intensity. And only on such a scale can we register the contrast between black and white or distinguish darker colours from lighter ones. Indeed, for Goethe, as the physicist and philosopher Henri Bottroft explains, colours arise from light and dark alone, whether enlightening the dark or darkening the light. So I began this talk by recalling how Gibson, in his ecological approach to visual perception, gets himself into difficulties on account of his refusal to accept that light can be seen. We only see the objects in our environment, he asserts, by means of light. We don't see the light itself. So he's then forced to go to some lengths to explain away the experiences of firelight and lamplight, sunlight and moonlight that are familiar to everyone. They are all, he says, manifestations of light, not light as such. You must wonder how on earth you're supposed to distinguish a manifestation of light from light as such. What he means by light as such, of course, is the physicist's idea of energetic radiation. So again, he goes on, thus, a fire with coals and flames, a lamp with a wick or filament, a sun or a moon, all these are quite specific objects and so specified, no one sees merely light. Even the star we see as a point of light in the heavens is not really light, but a distant source that is specified by. So what I've tried to argue to the contrary is that if we allow for a different understanding of what light is, one that comes from more from a phenomenological and a physical approach, as an experiential, as a phenomenon of experience, of that symbiosis that occurs between our own experience and the cosmos in which we are, then the moon is indeed its light. And it's a light that shines in our eyes, even as it shines in the cosmos. And so with the moon, we come back to silver. And we come to the question, well, is silver a metal that happens to shimmer? Or is it a shimmering that can manifest in the world as metal, but equally in the pale light of the moon or in a winter landscape? And what I've tried to argue, though I'm not sure about it, is that shimmering and metal are in a sense ontologically interchangeable, that we can't understand what metal is without talking about the way it shimmers, without talking about its light. And we can't either understand the experience of light without understanding how it is imbricated in the materials that we encounter in the world of experience. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Tim, for that phenomenal illustrative talk. We'll hold questions until after the second presentation. I can't help but think of how the Cerro Rico of Potosi glowed in the evening light when I took the picture behind me, and now I think of it in an entirely different way. Our second speaker is Dr. Spike Bucklow. Dr. Bucklow is a reader at the Hamilton Kerr Institute at the Fitzwilliam Museum at the University of Cambridge. Dr. Bucklow is the author of several books, including The Alchemy of Paint, The Riddle of the Image, and The Anatomy of Riches. He will take us from the world of reflection or shimmering light to the realm of alchemy, in which silver's lunar correspondence was central. Let us follow him on a path beneath the silvery moon. His presentation will be pre-recorded, and Simon Malone will now play it for you.
I'm Spike Bucklow, and thank you for this opportunity for participating in the Silver Workshop. I'm going to talk about silver as the lunar metal. Now, this workshop has two main focuses, geographic focuses, Europe and the Americas, but there is a third important area of the world as far as early modern silver is concerned, and that is China. From a material culture point of view, there are distinct differences between silver in these areas. In the Americas, it's a resource to be exploited, and in China, it's a currency. Now, there's lots of documentation about trade between Europe, the Americas and Europe across the Atlantic, and between Europe and China. But there's also a direct trade from the Americas across the Pacific to China. I'm not going to talk about that, but I wanted to mention these three areas because by chance, these three areas of the world at the time had the most highly developed astrologies. And there are some commonalities between the astrology practiced in Europe, Americas, and China. In Europe, as the title of my talk suggests, silver is related to the moon as gold is related to the sun. In the Americas, silver was related to the tears of the moon queen or the moon goddess, as gold was the sweat of the sun king or sun god. And in China, it was related also to the moon as the principle yin, the feminine principle, who gives liquidity to the world, which is obviously what you want of a currency. I'm not going to talk about, any of those in detail. I want to just go to the European astrology and think about why silver is related to the moon. And this is a late medieval illumination of a Central European mine, silver mine. And what the people are digging up is not silver itself. There was native silver metal in Europe, that all got exhausted. So by the time of the early modern world, silver was only found in Europe in ores. And an ore is a particular kind of stone that you can obtain metal from. And in Europe, the ores of metals tended to occur together. So you wouldn't find silver ore on its own. It would be in conjunction with another ore. And the usual ore that you looked for was copper. And copper ores tend to be green or blue. In fact, the green grass of this illumination is a ground up copper ore, malachite, that could, in bigger scale, be smelted to get the metal. And where you found where you found green rocks on the surface of the land, you'd dig down in the hope of finding a source of copper. And you would look for the copper because you had a hope that next to it, you'd also find silver. So the silver doesn't come on its own, it comes into conjunction with other metals. And in Europe, the main source of silver was in a mineral or an ore called galena. Now, galena is lead sulfide, it contains lead, and if you're lucky, it also contains silver. And galena is a black, hard, brittle rock that you have to smash up and then process to get the lead and maybe silver out of it. And you could consider that process to be extraction if you believed that the lead and the silver were in the ore to start with. They coexisted together. Or you could think of it as transmutation if you thought that some of the processing you did actually converted some of the lead into silver. It could be an open question. And to address that kind of question, and therefore the relationship, what silver actually means, we have to go to the kind of alchemical world and look at silver together, or one converts into the other. And when you look at this, you see that to understand silver, you have to understand the moon, and to understand lead, you have to understand Saturn. Now, the planets are generally better understood in the broader public than the metals, so we'll go straight to the planets, the moon and Saturn. And this is a diagram of a 17th century diagram of the structure of the universe, which stretches from Earth at the very bottom up to the hand of God. They are connected in a musical instrument here, a monochord, and the arcs that you see on either side of it are various harmonies and relationships that are exist between elements in, well, I shouldn't say elements, entities in the universe, which are like frets going up the fretboard of this instrument. And the bottom four entities are indeed elements. They're earth, followed by water, then air, then fire. Then there are the 7 planets, and then there are various heavens above them. And when you look at the 7 planets, you see that Saturn is the uppermost, and the moon is the lowest of the planets. And what that means is that lead is associated with the planet that's closest to heaven, whereas silver is associated with the planet that's closest to Earth. Now, the orbits of the planets in the early modern, well, the late medieval and early modern world are geocentric. They're nested spheres that go around the Earth. And what that means is that Saturn, the outermost sphere, contains all of the other spheres. And we can think of the container, a relationship between the container and the contained, into 2 related ways. Saturn was related to Kronos, who is time, and Saturn, or Kronos, ate his children because time devours all things are contained within time. And we can also think about it in terms of lead and its possible transmutation into silver, that lead is the container and silver is what is contained in the manner that an oak tree is contained within an acorn, and that over a period of time, in the right conditions, the oak tree can unfold from the acorn in the way that silver may unfold from lead. Now, all of this might sound a little niche and esoteric, but I want to suggest that it's actually quite common knowledge. And so I want to show you this, which is a early modern game. So it's 17th century, about the same period, more or less contemporary with the previous diagram. And it's a game that is a dice game that is the progenitor of Snakes and Ladders and Monopoly. And you throw a dice and you start on the left and you work your way towards the center, landing on different places. And I show you, well, you can see the first 4 are earth, water, air, and fire. And then with a blow up, you can see actually the 7 planets. And the last 3 spaces are the primum mobile, the crystalline sphere, and the Imperium. And the first one to the Imperium is the winner. But on the way, landing on places can give you rewards or penalties. And if you land, for example, on place number 11, which is Saturn on the right-hand side, then you go back to the start. And that's an allusion to the idea that old age, which is governed by Saturn, is sometimes seen as having a second childhood, going back to the start. You see he's an old man with a beard and a scythe, and so anybody would recognize that as either Saturn or as a personification of lead. And if we look on the left-hand side, you see the moon, the first of the planets, place number 5, and she is a woman with a silver crescent in her hair and a bow and arrow, and that's Diana, who we will return to at the end. So everybody knew all of this stuff. Saturn had a 28-year orbit. It was very slow because it was near, his position was near the mind of God. He was deliberate and wise. And you see him as an old man in this illumination with a scythe sitting on the top of 7 concentric spheres. And the people he rules are old people. So you see old men chewing the fat and reading books. On the other hand, everybody knew the moon was faster, has a 28-day orbit, not a 28-year orbit. So orbits 365 times faster than the moon, waxes and wanes, draws the water with her in the tides. This is the issue of liquidity. And the people she governs include sailors whose lives are determined by the tides. So this is the cultural context in which you approach, or in which a medieval or an early modern person would approach the silver and its origins in Galena. And it is, to recap, basically a thing that is connected to, these are metals connected in some way to planets that are spread between Earth and the mind of God, and are approached through alchemy, which is known as lower astrology because of this relationship between the metals and the planets. So lower astrology or alchemy has an adage which is as above, so below. This is well, it means many things, but one of the things it means is that all of the universe is a mirror. Therefore, we have the mirror of man, the mirror of history, the mirror of nature. And the nature of mirrors is that while some things are projected, other things are inverted. So other characteristics are inverted. So to consider the idea of inversion, I want to just ask you to imagine standing in front of a mountain, and between you and the mountain is a lake, a tranquil lake. At the very top of your field of view is the peak of the mountain. Then it comes down, and then at the very bottom of your field of view is the reflection of the peak of the mountain. So what was at the top is in the reflection at the bottom, whilst the nature of the mountain as a triangle is maintained. And this is exactly the same as, when you look in the bathroom mirror, you see your face, not somebody else's face, but left and right are transposed. So we have some things which remain the same and some things which change. So in a hierarchical universe, status remains, but with reflection, the high status planet is related to a low status metal, and the low status planet is related to a high status metal. And we know about the status of the planets is due to whether they're close to God or close to man, close to Earth. And the status of the metals is clear in the status of the people who work with them. So a silversmith may become a mayor or a member of parliament, but a plumber is very unlikely to. So that's the kind of background to thinking about how do you get silver out of galena. Well, the first thing is galena is a rock. You have to smash that rock and then set fire to it. And when you set fire to it, it gives off hideous fumes of sulfur, which is very poisonous. So you stand upwind and hope it goes somewhere else. once you've driven off all the sulfur, you're left with a big vat of liquid. And that liquid is molten lead, which in there dissolved, you hope, is also some molten silver. You can think of this, going back to the idea of the container and the contained, as the husk and the kernel, or the chaff. And these two liquids are separated by two processes, one after the other. First is fractional crystallization, and the second is cupellation. Now, none of us are familiar with the behavior of liquid silver in liquid lead, so I want to have a digression, which is talking about something we're more familiar with, like seawater. If seawater is trapped in a rock pool and the sun shines, then the water evaporates, but the salt doesn't. What that means is that salt water in a rock pool gets saltier than it was originally. And exactly the same things happen if it freezes. So when the seawater freezes, an iceberg is pure water, and the sea underneath it is saltier than usual. And exactly the same happens if you're heating up lead. If you have a big vat with a fire at the bottom and it's cool at the top, then the lead will freeze and you get a crust of lead on the top of the vat. But that's pure lead. And you scoop that off and it freezes again. You scoop that off, it freezes again. And pure lead crust being removed enriches the silver in the liquid silver mix of lead and silver. That only goes so far because you need to have a temperature difference between the top and the bottom of the vat. And you can do that when the vat's big, but not when it's small. So that means the second process kicks in, and that's cupellation. And that involves increasing the amount of fire that you have. So when you really burn it, the lead oxidizes and turns into a powder, whereas the silver doesn't. And the process is complete when the refiner was said to be able to see their own image. Now that idea of a cup full of powder, a bed of powder with a bead of silver in it, might bring to mind something like quicksilver or mercury, which is silver colored and it's got a flat surface so you can see your face reflected on. But in fact, you're not looking at a reflection because the silver is hot, it's radiating, so it's giving off light, not your face. Now, the idea that an image is light itself has obvious spiritual overtones. And if you look in the Bible, you see that there are hundreds of mentions of silver. And where this particular process is being talked about in the Bible, the silver relates to purity, the lead relates to dross, and the refiner is God himself. Now that cupellation process harnesses different speeds of rusting. All metals rust. Well, they don't, but more of that anon. But they rust at different speeds. So Saturn, which has got a very slow orbit, actually rusts very fast. So when you heat it, it turns into a powder. The moon, which orbits very slowly, actually rusts, orbits very fast, silver rusts very slow. So you have to look at the relationship between the sun, the silver and the moon with a traditional ontology that's based on projection from God downwards, where some characteristics are projected and maintained, others are lost, and some characteristics are inverted. So on this particular image, we've got God, then the angels, then heaven, then man, then beasts, then plants, and at the bottom we've got stones, lacquers. And I've chosen this particular heavenly stairway to heaven because the second rung is flame. Flame has got more life than stone, but less life than plant. And fire or flame is what's required to turn an ore, a mineral stone, into a metal, and then a metal into a rust. So let's quickly consider a rust. Now, if you take a coil of black lead metal and you sprinkle it with vinegar and urine and bury it under a dunghill for a month, you get a white rust. Now, vinegar is sharp, urine creates nappy rash, dunghill gives off heat. So this is fire channeled through life. But in particular, it's a very humiliating experience for me. And in adversity, we tend to show our true colors. So lead that appears black on the outside, in adversity, shows its inner true nature, which is white. And that white powder is scraped off by artists and used as a pigment, in the same way that I mentioned the green mineral was used, green copper ore was used. We have the same kind of behavior in sulfur. Sulfur is a white metal. Its inner nature is black. It shows it as a rust. And the thing that makes it go black is the sulfur that you burnt off from the galena and hoped would go away. It doesn't. It comes back, and that's what the black stuff is on silver. And the tarnish of both of them, or the rust of both of them, actually fits in with the cosmology of the metals. So I've just taken a little bit of the cosmological diagram with the metals associated with them on the left, and on the right, I've turned the scale of Aristotelian color scale on its side, because the color scale is about the diminution of light. So white, which is at the top, is 100% light. Black at the bottom is 0% light. Red and green in the middle are 50% light. And if you look at the colors of the rusts, they correlate with this idea of divine light percolating through the universe and getting weaker and weaker and weaker as it becomes closer to the Earth. I put gold in brackets because gold does not rust. It does not rust because it is connected to the only planet in the heavens that is luminous. The other planets are all reflective. They don't have their own light. They reflect the sun's light. And the metals associated with them all rust. Silver is the odd one out because silver is a reflective planet, but it rusts reversibly. The others, when they've turned to powder, that's it, they're gone. So we've got two classes of metal, noble and base. And silver, strangely, is both noble and base because it will rust, but it will also go back to being silver. That means that silver both participates in eternity. You see on the left a figure holding in her hands the sun and the moon, or gold, orbs of gold and silver. So silver is in eternity, but silver is also being held in the hand of the figure who represents inconstancy. And that's totally in fitting with the nature of the structure of the universe, because we all live in the sublunary world. And you can see at the center is an approximate map of the old world with land, earth, and water, surrounded by cloudy air, surrounded by fire. This is the realm of becoming, of change, and it is a reflection of the heavens, which is the realm of being. And the moon is between these two. It has a dual or liminal nature. It is constant and inconstant. Its inconstancy is shown in its waxing and waning, full moon, new moon, but also in its strange spottedness. Its strange spottedness, according to Dante, was because faith, the first heaven is faith, is blemished with inconstancy. But according to Shakespeare, the tracks on the moon are left by a man carrying a bundle of sticks with a lantern and his dog. That man was exiled, according to that tradition, to the moon for the sin of collecting firewood on the Sabbath. But in another tradition, it's Cain who's exiled for murder. So that strange spottedness that the moon has also occurs on silver, and that strange spottedness is due to sulfur, brimstone, the fires of hell, as I said, that you thought you'd driven off, they come back to. So silver has a dark side, and the dark side of silver is lunacy. if we were to use a slightly less outdated term, it's a description of people who are manic and depressive. The manic phase is when they're bright and reflective, like a full moon. The depressive phase is when they're dark and bright and reflected. Like the full moon is when they're manic, and when they're depressive, it's when they're dark and occluded, like the new moon. If silver has a dark side, it also has a light side, and that light side is its use in art, hence tableware, for example. This is a late 17th century watch case where the white that you see is pure silver and the black is niello. By grinding up silver and sulfur, melting it, and in this case that black is put into engraving, which is very appropriate when we have the cycling of materials for a timepiece, the cycling through time. If you're looking at painting, however, you don't generally in the early modern period use if you don't use silver at all. If you depict it, you do it with lead's rust. So this is again going back to the origins of the metal, the relationship between things, the inner and outer natures, and the like. And I want to quickly finish with the use of lead's rust to depict silver in this painting by Titian. In particular, I want you to, I focused on Diana, the moon goddess, who is the goddess of nature because she oversees changes. The moon's fluctuation is the biggest heavenly indicator of fluctuation that is happening on Earth. And here you see her with a silver crescent diadem and pearls in her hair. Now, I looked at this painting technically with an X-ray, and one of the things the most important thing for me that struck me was the X-ray of Diana and her closest handmaid. Now, the white stuff in it is in an X-ray, something that's dense, that will absorb X-rays. So you can see, for example, on the right-hand side of the X-ray, you can see the iron nails that hammer the canvas into the wood. And you can also see Diana's raised arm and her diadem and her pearls that are all painted with lead white. The thing I want to point out is that her handmaiden is also painted with lead white. And the absorption of her handmaiden is very different from the absorption that is behind her head, the tree. Yet the pigments that you see of the tree are very similar to the pigments that are being used for the handmaiden. Now, what this means is that Titian originally painted all the women in this painting to be Caucasians. And then when he'd finished, he decided, I'll turn this particular handmaiden into an African. And he did so because he recognized that as a way of reflecting the moon's dual nature. The moon is not white or black. The moon is both full and reflective, dark and occluded, Caucasian and African. Now, for those who aren't familiar with this picture, it's Actaeon, the guy on the left with his hands raised in horror, who has just accidentally stumbled across Diana whilst he's hunting in the forest. You can see his dog next to him, very different from Diana's dog. Now, a mortal shouldn't be able to see a god naked, so of course he has to suffer. And so Diana transforms him, because we're talking about silver and nature and the moon, which is a constantly changing thing. She changes him into a stag, whereupon he's ripped apart by his dogs. And if his dog had been like Diana's, he'd have been okay, but he wasn't. And I want to, on the clock, go through Giordano Bruno's commentary on this painting. He says, "It is necessary that the human soul traverse the forest of natural phenomena where so many objects are hidden under a shadow. Very few are the Actaeons to whom destiny gives the power to contemplate Diana or nature naked. As thoughts bent upon divine things devour this Actian and make him dead to the vulgar, the dogs free him from his fleshly prison. Having already tracked down the divinity within himself, it was no longer necessary to hunt for it elsewhere. And now all things are one. So we tend to see Diana as either black or white, the moon as either full or new. But in reality, they are one. So the moon is outwardly two, and silver is outwardly two, but inwardly one. Silver follows the moon's apparent dual nature most explicitly of all its reflections on Earth. The moon is an intelligent body in heaven, and inverting it, silver is an embodied intelligence on Earth. Silver, to come back to our original question, silver is related to the moon because the silver and the moon both have analogous modes of participation in their respective realms. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Bucklow, for that wonderful presentation. In light of Dr. Ingold's reflections, we now have a debate. Is silver the new black, or is it gold? We'll now take questions from the audience, and I will try to moderate as best I can. And you can see that we have Dr. Bucklow here in person, so please feel free to direct your questions to him as well as Dr. Ingold. Okay, I have a question from, I believe it's Lisa Conrad.
Leon Conrad. Yes. Sorry.
Leon, sorry.
Don't worry. Thank you. I'm sorry I missed the beginning of that fascinating talk. Thank you so much. I am interested in the works of William Blake, who talks in his fourfold vision of bows of brass, iron, gold, and silver. Is there a correspondence, do you think, between just those four metals and the traditional view of the seven you were talking about?
Is that a question for me?
Yes.
So, can I start off by saying I apologize for the pre-recording. It didn't allow me to respond. And I had really bad toothache, and I had it possibly a good thing that I pre-recorded because I had an emergency extraction about 5 hours ago. So I'm not on top of things. There are many different, I think the answer to your question is that we have to see the universe and all parts of it as multivalent. And so looking for one-to-one correspondences is, I think, asking for trouble. And yes, there will be relationships between a group of 4 metals and a group of 7 metals. But I think I wouldn't want to go into, thank you. I wouldn't want to go into, I wouldn't want to speculate. Largely because, I mean, having pre-recorded this, I wasn't able to respond to Tim Ingold either about Kandinsky, is if you're looking at 18th, 19th century theories, they are very, very disconnected from the very consistent theories that go up to the 17th century. So I would say there are lots of idiosyncratic views on things, and therefore you would require caution in interpreting.
I believe Helen Hills has a question.
Thank you. Thank you for 2 amazing papers. I've got a question for both speakers, or 2 different questions for each speaker. For Spike Bucklow, I take your point about the way that Titian sort of nuances his originally white handmaiden. And I wish I could agree with you, with your liberal sort of reading. I wonder, though, whether what is happening in that painting by darkening the handmaiden, Titian effectively brightens Diana. He makes Diana stand out above all the others because none of the other figures have got a dark counterpart next to them to make that whiteness shine. And my question for Tim is maybe not a question, but I thought your paper was absolutely fascinating. And it seems that you're suggesting then that silver becomes a sort of event, something that takes place in time, but also in the response of viewers to it, so that shimmer is in the eye of the beholder, but more than the eye, it somehow draws the person in. And I'm very interested in this in relation to silver in the early modern court. If we think about the sort of flicker of candles in candlesticks and mirrors in silver frames, and all the silver thread, silver cloth that people were draped in. But I wonder if there's a sort of, so I really like the idea of this affective intensity that you suggest, but is there a sort of difference in shimmer when it's the metal shimmering than the shimmer of, say, marble? Is that a different, is silver's shimmer different from marble's gleam? I'm thinking here of the work of someone like Bisera Pencheva, who shows how the marble of Hagia Sophia, the use of the Proconnessian marble from the Sea of Marmara, brings with it the marmar of the sea, the marmarigma of the gleam of marble, and the marmoraio of quiver and sparkle.
Okay. Should Spike start with the first question, and I'll
Okay, because I can deal with that quite quickly. Yes, of course, you're right. But actually, if you were going to pursue that rigorously, you'd have to look at the background around each of the handmaidens. And some of them are against shadows of rocks and stuff like that. So, yes, there's an element of that. But I wouldn't say that that discounts the other reading as well. And I would certainly not call Giordano Bruno a liberal.
Okay, and in response to your second question, Helen, I agree that we have this fantastic vocabulary, in fact, to refer to all kinds, the tremendous number of words if you start digging from. I mean, apart from shimmer and gleam and flicker and glow and blaze and sparkle, and you can go on and on and on. And they all have their own particular shades of meaning, particular connotations, particular associations, which we draw on when we speak. So the point is that there's this hugely rich vocabulary for talking about the variations of luminous experience, whatever happens to trigger it off, and it's exciting to look at that and give it its due. And my concern really is that it shouldn't be regarded, as it often is, by people coming from both physics and psychology, as a sort of epiphenomenon, as something derivative or metaphorical or even not really true. We're talking about the real variations of sensory experience here, and the richness of them, and point being that that's part of the way that this experience actually enters into what materials are, because we can't say what materials are independently of our experience either. So that's where light and materials come together. I think that was the point. And I'm still working it out, so I'm not quite sure.
Thank you both.
Did Spike want to follow up?
Yes, thank you very much. And it's just basically, I was very taken by Tim Ingold's the words and what they mean, not only shimmering and light, but also the metal argent. And I don't think we can let it pass that the only word that rhymes in the English language with silver is silver, SYLVA. And that is liquidity, potentia, and all of the things that Helen Hills mentioned at the beginning, something which is always on its way to becoming something else.
But it's got nothing to do with the sylvae of the forest, is it?
Yes, it does. Yes, it does, because highly is wood, and the beam, as you say, the living beam of wood is highly, and that is silver.
That's nice, because I looked it up in the dictionary to see if I could find anything on the etymology of silver, and it just said it didn't know.
Yes, exactly. Yeah, but it's there, isn't it?
Yeah, it is. That's wonderful.
Yeah.
Wonderful. We have a question from Sergius Codera.
Yes, I hope you can hear me. Right. My thanks to both speakers, obviously, for wonderful and very interesting papers. My question goes to Spike Bucklow, it's just an annotation. You were so eloquently showing us the kind of ambivalence surrounding the moon, but it's pretty much the same with Saturn, because Saturn gives you, in Renaissance mythology, great ingenuity, but also madness, melancholy. So Saturn too is bipolar and highly ambivalent, which of course doesn't infringe on in any way on your insightful talk of containment and how lead is contained in how silver is being contained in lead and so on. So I find that very, very interesting. I found that very interesting. Just one remark about Giordano Bruno. I think Bruno's concept of Diana is much more universal, because for Bruno, Diana is nature, and nature is infinite. So it can't really be coupled with a planet anymore, except metaphorically. What Bruno wants to say here basically is, once you have a grasp of the infinite universe, you are finished or torn apart as an individual, because as an individual you're finite. And once you see Diana naked, nature in its infinity as it really is, you get torn apart. So Bruno always has a quite stealthy way of adapting old myths to his own aims. But this is just a minor comment. Thank you very much, both of you, for your wonderful talks.
Well, thank you. If I can respond, you're absolutely right. It's about universality, but and that is true both of Giordano's view. We are all annihilated in the sight of God. You know, there are many, many ways in which that can be expressed, but it is not specific to silver. And you're quite right that what I was saying about silver can be inverted to say about lead. The relationship between the moon and Saturn. But that is just reinforcing, I think, what I was trying to say. And that is, or maybe I didn't, because it was pre-recorded, I would have tried to say, and that is, a symbol is always a partial aspect of the reality that is trying to be depicted. So I mentioned the idea of the mountain. Well, one of the things you lose in the reflection of the mountain is the third dimension. It becomes a two-dimensional thing. And you choose a symbol which is the most explicit about the feature you're looking at. And so I would say the moon and silver are the most explicit about this idea of reversible recycling between one state and another state.
Dr. Ingle, would you like to also respond, or?
No, I'm happy to leave that to Spike.
Okay. We have another question now from Catherine Smith.
Hi. To come down from the heavens to the earth. 40 years ago in 1981, I had a pearl which was very special. And I asked the late silversmith in Scotland, Graham Stewart, if he would mount it in a cage of silver so that it was visible but free to move. His response was that he hated working in silver. He would do it in gold, which I couldn't afford. But he hated working in silver because silver was dirty. Now, in fact, his mother persuaded him, like a good businesswoman, to get the finger out and mount it. Now, how do your philosophers, these two wonderful speakers that we've just heard, relate to the word dirty in relation to silver while not in relation to gold?
Wow.
Tim, do you want to go first?
I'm scratching my head. You got
Okay, I'll say something. I mean, dirt is matter out of place, and I tried to allude to that by saying that you drive the sulfur out of the galena and hope it goes away, but it doesn't go away, it just comes back. And I think the idea of the tarnish being the reattraction of something that you thought you got rid of is one thing. And I think all rust could be seen as dirt because you are moving away from something which has malleability towards something which is, I'm afraid the drugs have kicked in, what's the opposite of malleable?
Stubborn.
Fusible. No, not fusible, infusible. I don't know. But I can understand why he was reluctant to make a cage, because you can polish the outside of the cage. It's very difficult to polish the inside of the cage. So the difference, I would say, is between any kind of metal that rusts and the only metal that doesn't rust.
But the philosophical angle, the idea of the word dirty connected with silver.
I agree with Spike that the anthropologists always say that, well, dirt is matter out of place, and then what was first going through my head was about the different processes of extraction, of how one arrives at gold and silver in the first place. And I don't know enough about this, but you might think that, for example, if you're panning for gold, the particles are there sparkling in the riverbed already in a fairly pure form, whereas with silver, I don't think that will be the case. So I'm just wondering whether it reflects somehow on the processes of extraction.
Well, I suggest you go down to the southwest of Scotland and try panning for silver at the Silver Museum there.
No, I'm not panning for silver, panning for gold.
Sorry, panning for gold at the Gold Museum there, sorry.
Yeah. Well, that's what people do in Lapland anyway. There's lots of it. So that's what I was thinking. But I really don't know. It somehow sounds intuitively right. Yeah, the gold is somehow gold, and it shines, and that's it. And
it's clean.
And it's clean, and the silver isn't. But I can't put my finger exactly on what that is beyond what Spike has said already.
Thank you.
Well,
thank you very much, both of you.
Thank you for your question. I keep a piece of silver ore nearby to remind myself that someday, if things get really rough, there's got to be some value in there. We have a question. I can't read your name, but it's UCW. I see you there in the box, so please go ahead.
Thank you. I'm very sorry about that. It's completely incomprehensible. It's UCL's code for my name, which is Alison Wright. Thank you both very much for those extraordinary talks. And I'm particularly interested because I've been working on the representation of shine in some medieval paintings and early modern paintings. And one of the things that's very striking, this is just an observation, is that, beams or rays are shown in gold, but they're virtually never shown coming off silver objects like the moon. So the sort of materiality that Tim was speaking to, of the thing which, you know, can't be perceived at rays, but is always understood as being a beam and experienced as a phenomenon of radiating light, is, you know, such an early, you know, you find it in helios and so on, and then you find it in halos. And I just wondered whether one could say a bit more about perhaps this last point that's been made about the dirtiness of silver comes in again in a way, is that in order to make these metals do the things that you're describing, Tim, an awful lot of work has to happen to them, including burnishing. You know, one of the reasons, you know, medieval writers like Theophilus are fascinated by, or Cennini, about, you know, burnishing gold, because that's what turns it dark. That's what enables it to turn to the opposite of what it looks like when it's glimmering on the riverbed, as it were. Similarly, silver, it's extremely high maintenance to keep it silver, and that work is part of how we understand it as matter. It's part of its properties almost for us. So I just wondered whether this is useful or just unhelpful for your way of thinking about the idea of light as material. Because obviously that is also a medieval idea, isn't it? You know, perspectivists thought of it as material too.
And I think it's tremendously helpful, because what I keep thinking about is fire, and Spike was talking about the involvement of fire in the processing of silver and any other kind of ore for that matter, so there's fire and there's burnishing, and where you've got fire, well, you've got wood, you've got charcoal, you've got smoke, all that stuff coming in and possibly creating a sort of soiling effect or impurity, which means that we've got to think about all these things together, so to speak. And I was particularly, just because I was thinking about light, I was particularly fascinated by the whole thing about fire, because it strikes me that particularly until relatively recent times, you know, whenever there was light, something was burning, and if it wasn't a fire or a torch, why, it was the sun. That was burning too. And one of the things that really got I was thinking more about the sun and the moon, and until I had got onto this silver thing, and the thing that was really interesting me about the sun was why sometimes in depictions the rays of the sun would be depicted as straight and spiky, and sometimes as wavy, or as in the national flags of Argentina and Uruguay, alternating, or even in Inca representations, alternating between the two. And the wavy one is obviously, well, I think obviously a flame, and the spike is obviously a ray. And they're trying to have it both ways. And I'm sort of fascinated by the alternation of the two. Now, the interesting thing, and I have no idea about the answer, is what happens if we move from the sun to the moon? I mean, how, or depictions of the moon, which is, as you say, don't usually have any of these spiky things coming off. Why not? I mean, this would be I would love to know the answer to that question, but I don't. You probably do.
Well, I mean, lots and lots of different reasons. Spike, I'm sure, has got some good answers for that.
Well, about the wavy lines and the straight lines, that's heat and light, and that's there's a wonderful there's a wrought iron gate in Magdalen College, which has got wavy lines coming up from the bottom and arrows coming down from the top. So this is being used very, very specifically. I think it's not just the sun. It's quite a language. And I would say the difficulty coming back to representation, if that's where your interest is that whilst most things that are done in gold in a representation are still there, most things that are done in silver are not. Either because the silver leaf has been polished off, or if the silver was shell silver, it has corroded. But I would also say that that's relatively recent. And when we're looking at objects, we kind of, it's, I think, useful to know how polluted our world is compared to 16th century world. And there is a 16th century Spanish altarpiece in the Victoria Museum, which has got pure silver leaf on it. Now, what that means is that whatever pollution was around at the time has covered that silver with something which is now impermeable to our pollution. Nobody's polished it off. But if somebody had polished it, it would go black within a year, or we'd lose it completely. So representations relating to silver are going to be difficult just for logistic, historic reasons.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think I've seen many depictions of rays in silver outside a heraldic context, even given what you've said. They tend to be things like armor and swords and dogs' collars and all those kinds of things. But it's true. I mean, it's an important point that there are things mitigating against our knowing. Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you. We have another question, actually two in the chat. First one I'll direct to Dr. Ingold. How does the Lap language describe the cycle of light they live with? Does it conform to a European tradition?
Not really. I mean, the Sami language is, along with Finnish and Estonian and some others, belongs to the Finno-Ugric language family, and so is separate, quite distinct from most other European languages. So there's a linguistic difference, and there's also a cultural difference because the Sami are, the way they relate to their world is rather typical of people around the circumpolar north, who have a kind of what we would now call an animistic understanding of the relations that they have with other beings and other worlds and so on. So the way in which they think about the cycle of the seasons, about light and dark, is rooted in that animistic cosmology, not anything resembling a kind of Christian world or of the kind that one might be used to in medieval or early modern Europe. So it really is rather different, but it would be too complicated and take too long to describe it.
All right, our final question then, also from the chat, I'll direct this at Dr. Bucklow. Do you have insight or comment on the silversmith's technique of whitening silver through annealing to create a fragile, powdery, white matte surface?
Quick answer, no, I'm sorry.
All right. Well, with that, our timing is actually quite good. Any last questions? Then without further ado, I'm going to introduce the musical interlude with pianist David Hammond, Silvery Reflections.
Good afternoon, everyone, from the Unitarian Chapel in York, in the centre of York today. I trust you've had a good first day to your conference. I'd like to begin by saying thank you very much for inviting me to take part in this conference and to perform some pieces for you. As a musician, it's really nice to have a theme for choosing pieces of music. So silver as a theme was very interesting actually to come up with things which I hope I've come up with some things that will suit. I tried to include a variety of musical styles and the links to silver are sometimes quite abstract and sometimes fairly literal, as you will see. And I hope they give an enjoyable end to each day and perhaps introduce some new composers and pieces that you may not have come across before. So, there's been lots of talk of moonlight today, so couldn't avoid pieces of music about moonlight. The first piece is possibly the most well-known, Clair de Lune by Debussy. This is quite an early piece in Debussy's output, but he didn't actually publish it at the time. He wasn't particularly happy with it, I believe, but his publisher was, and it did actually become one of his most famous piano pieces. The inspiration for this impression of moonlight was Paul Verlaine's poem of the same name. The last verse of this poem reads as such: "With the sad and beautiful light of the moon, which sets the birds in the trees dreaming, and makes the fountains sob with ecstasy, the slender water streams among the marble statues." My second piece is my version of a piece by the US jazz pianist and composer Horace Silver, written in 1959. This was originally a ballad that has since become something of a jazz standard. I'm not going to sing for you today, you might be pleased to hear, but the opening words to the song are, "There's a place that I know where the sycamores grow and daffodils have their fun, where the cares of the day seem to slowly fade away in the glow of the evening sun. Peace when the day is done." And then we're back to the theme of silvery moonlight for my third piece, and another composer from the United States. The Old Chapel by Moonlight was written by Amy Beach in 1924. Beach was something of a childhood prodigy as a pianist and then later as a composer. And as well as her success at a time when music was so dominated by male composers, she was also notable for studying formal musical training in the US rather than travelling to Europe, as was common practice at the time. So, 3 peaceful compositions for you today to complete the first day of the conference, and I hope you enjoy it. I'll be back tomorrow for a few more renditions. Thank you.
ending the conference.